The man, the myth, the legend. Can you hear me?
Suave, I just added you to the stage. You know you wasn't on the stage?
I wasn't on the stage.
No, nigga,
Oh,
you
okay.
you down here
O-
backstage because I came to the page and I'm like, I don't hear nothing. Like, what's going on? And
Okay,
for
no, I
some
wasn't
weird
really
reason, I'm
talking
not
yet.
getting notifications about my page. And I just thought about it. I can't remember the last time I got a notification.
Okay, bet. Okay, yeah, I was just setting it up, and I had to sign it to my YouTube, my email, all this stuff. So I really
Yeah,
wasn't saying nothing yet.
you live. I'm gonna
Okay,
play some
yeah, I
music.
know I'm live. I know I'm live. That's what I was saying. I should be live, but I didn't know I wasn't on the panel yet.
Take your
But
time though. Do your thing. I'm gonna just play music and mute out until you ready.
okay, bet. All right, bet. 1 second.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Never, could never, could never, could never go hard or go home when you in this game. Always use your blanket when you switching lanes. Grinding work that 9 to 5 to ease the pain. Chill and turn umbrella when your bills rain. Go hard till you filthy. Get a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shh. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, then you feel it. Being broke, leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. See, I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Cause being broke leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? It ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get.
That's my shit.
Yeah.
Come on, do it.
Yeah.
Come on, tap.
Yeah. Never. Could never. bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February, anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies, ready, ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies do not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded it to my conscience, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I bless it since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. It's definitely the boy Suave, boss, man. Hit that like button. Y'all come to the building, man. Man, I hope y'all had a pleasant weekend. Nice Saturday. Hope y'all got some good things planned for tomorrow. If you're a father, got somebody in your life that's a father that you love. Man. That's the time for everything. So shout out to that. Shout out to A1. Owner of the greatest debate league on earth, man. The tightest debate league. This is the Coliseum of arguments. And you see the title, and it is true. That's what we here to do. Get a debate, a review. Nah, man, but real talk. Make sure y'all tune in tomorrow for the results show between Suave Boss, myself, and Pandemus, the African atheist. The other illustration across the screen from me. But yeah, we're gonna get right into this, dog. I'm not a person that had to use certain tactics and gal and all of this stuff to win a debate. If I don't want to debate it, I don't gotta debate it. That'll never be my style. I'm not flawed like that, right? And the reason why I'm doing this is my main reason is because I fuck with me if don't nobody else. So there's an honor to my name that I would like to preserve and keep intact so that people in the future know they can rock with me and don't gotta, So the first thing I want to do is show how we got this topic, because that's important, because it was brought up several times during this debate. Now, everybody got their opinion, cool, but you can't fight facts. You can't fight facts. And if somebody lied, if somebody's trying to put a wool over your eyes, you got to see it for what it is and you got to accept it. I don't care how much you love them or how much they affect you, in your day-to-day. This is just how it is. So, let me see. I'm gonna share this first. I want to go to the face-off. Can I do that? Can we go to the face-off right quick? Let's travel there. Let's travel to the face-off right quick. Man, go ahead. Let me put it in the back chat. Let people know we live. I know. Trust me. I fucks with them too. But we not gonna do this. All right, so this is, let me put this piece on. Let me share this. I should have my second screen up, but it's cool. I could just do it like this. And we're gonna break this down, and we're gonna show you the performance that somebody came to the finals and put up share screen. It should be this one. Finals face off. Yep. Let me make sure the audio is shared. Yep. All right. So it's loading. All right, so here we go. Just in case you want to act like you missed it. Watch this.
Say is if you don't feel like you have a substantial premise from your opponent and vice versa, you know what I'm saying?
Man, I get it. And this anybody who watched it, this was like this an hour and a half.
One. That's the topic.
I said no. You
Like
have to have unity. Can black people in America get from under white supremacy 100% in America? You want to debate, do white people descend from Africa? That's me. I'm steadily throwing stuff out. Person, you done plenty of boots on the ground activity.
It's in the chat.
Marcus Garvey is turning in his grave in hell. Support all black people globally, independent of. All right, dang, it was 2 hours. Wow. But sometimes face off. You typing? Is you talking yet? Don't help us for the title.
Fam, it's not useless information. All I'm doing.
Let's go 2 minutes, 20, in a certain fashion. You said, no, that's not a religion. That's just doing something religious.
Just to see that it was possible for
2.5 hours. Two. I bet. Here we go. So this how you got to the topic.
Face to choose the topic that will define the championship debate. 500.
I don't know why my moving so slow, but it's
okay. Now can somebody chime in and say something?
Okay, there we go. People in that area don't get any simply because they're white. Here we go.
Just to see that it was possible for a black man to get to that point. A lot of black children was inspired by that. So that alone, also that physically that let me not say physically, but in a way, his being president sort of softened the image of black folks to the world. People had us as a certain way, and they could not say it in a blanket way no more after Obama.
Not just him, but also his black family.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome for people to look at.
Yeah.
Should black people be racist to white people?
You already asked me that, but yeah, I'm gonna say yes again.
No, I said can.
Yeah.
So we should.
Oh, wait, your question now is should?
Yes, sir.
Should we be racist? No.
Listen. Sometimes, conditionally, there's like I'm not saying we should go out and like lynch white people, but we definitely should practice like racist we definitely should have a racist mentality at times, right?
Like when?
Huh?
Like when?
Like when controlling resources.
That's not racist.
Controlling resources is not racist.
If we're doing it to make sure we all right, that's not being racist. That's making sure our people is all right.
If we're doing it specifically to make sure all of these resources go toward black people, that's not racist.
No.
Watch this. If you have resources and you go up through a neighborhood and distribute them, and you only distribute them to black people, and the white people in that area don't get any simply because they're white, they're not black, that's not racist?
Not necessarily, no.
Now you see how I'm thinking about it? You see how I'm taking my time? I'm thinking about it. But he described it as, yeah, we was talking about building a nation, and then Suave said the title, and I was like, that's not racist. And he was like, oh, then that's the debate. Recognize when somebody lying to you, and recognize what type of people gotta lie. Why did you have to lie? Okay, let's go. See how much time I'm thinking about it. I'm Googling. So black people not sharing resources with non-black people only because they're not black, is that racist?
No.
Thinking about it. He described it as if I hurried up and jumped on it. Look at me thinking about it. Man, I wish my camera. Okay, we could get that. Okay, we could get that. I said, okay, we could get that. I believe that's racist. I believe that's racist. Where's the ooh?
You believe what's racist? Type it in chat. Let's see if we can all read it out.
Black people not sharing white resources with non-black people simply because they're not black is racist.
Okay. Can somebody type that in the chat so we can look at it and decide? Is anybody listening? We got any more moderators left?
Look at it.
Both at a computer.
All right, you want to type it in the chat so we can see it?
And it's still up, so y'all could go check it out yourself. This ain't edited. Look.
No? Nobody?
Yeah, no. You type it in the chat.
And we all still here? So what the fuck?
Yeah.
Hello? Do somebody want to type it, the title in the chat?
No, they don't. Accept it. Are black people not sharing resources with non-black people simply because they're not black racist? I say yeah, you say no. See you on the 6th or 7th.
Black people not sharing resources
with non-black people.
White people simply because they are white.
Simply because they're not black. Or you could put it is white. I don't want to corner myself to just white. I don't want to corner myself to just black. Is what I told you. Is black people not sharing resources.
It's black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they are not black. Racist?
Racist.
Cool. I say no. This was Can we stay with the 6?
Can we stay?
Or is that too much?
No, we can stay with the 6, 7 o'clock, man.
Type in the chat.
Damn.
Perfect.
Damn. Damn.
So, okay. Now can somebody chime in and say something?
Bet. So that's how we came. Angelica, shout out to you, man. Shout out to everybody in attendance. Hit that like button, please. So that's how we got to the topic. I didn't swindle him. I did not corner him. I did not try to pry words into the title. I simply asked him. He said, no, that's not racist. I said, so black people not giving resources to white people simply because they not black, is that racist? He said, no. Let's get that. Let's get that. Let's get that. Angelica, this is a review of the debate that me and Pan had a couple weeks ago. What I just played with the face-off that happened a couple weeks before that, to show how we got the title. Tomorrow is the results show, so make sure everybody come through for that. This is the championship for $500. Either me or Pan walk away with a $500 cash out. Shout out to A1, the owner, the host, the creator of the league, the maintainer of the league, and shout out to the judges. Shout out to all of the debaters that walked this road with us to get us into the championship. So there we go. There we have it. That's how we got the title. Not the way that he described it in the debate. And so now, what we gonna do is go to the debate. And no, I didn't see the need for these tactics. I didn't see it. If you're supposed to be that great of a debater, you're supposed to be paying the man, right? Okay, so let me share this one. Share screen. Bam. Share audio. All right. Here we go. I just think emotions are riding high. There's $500 on the line. Shout out to A1 in the Titans Debate League. And yeah, I just don't think him winning to a brother of my caliber will allow him to continue with the poise that he's been so graciously given by his fans and friends. And he's gonna have to step in that ring with me, and he's gonna have to hold it down on his own. It won't be no calling for A1. It won't be no calling for Honey. It won't be no calling for no one. It's gonna be me and him, his artillery, my artillery, center of the Coliseum, blood will spill, and I don't know what he bleeds, but we will find out on the 6th. Black Power.
Yes, and we are here. We have arrived. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me, Pandemus? Suave boss.
Yes, I can.
Amazing. Let's go ahead and get this joint kicked off. Welcome back to the Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, ladies and gentlemen. This is the main event. After weeks of battles, after 16 warriors stepped into the arena, after reputations were tested, arguments were shattered, and contenders were eliminated one by one, only 2 remain. 16 entered, only 2 survived. And tonight, only 1 will leave as the Titans Debate League champion. $500 grand prize on the line, the bragging rights, the respect of the community, and a place in debate history. In the affirmative corner, a man known for his confidence, charisma, and relentless pressure. A debater who has talked his way through challenger after challenger. Everybody give a round of applause for none other than the legendary Suave boss.
Man, yeah, man. Shout out to them intros. Them intros be everything, man.
Salute to the Pan fans.
The judges are ready. Speaks first. Will also
Rules and
he
game.
will be starting.
Here we go.
And hold on. Let me actually remove this until I get the timer up.
That's what I was forgetting.
That was fire. All right, let's get to work, man.
Oh,
You can see it now.
yep.
Here we go.
Okay.
That, man. White simply because they're not black racist. Sorry, it said B. But yeah, this is not a conversation about anything other than what this title is describing. Black people with resources denying white people resources simply because they're not black. Is that racist? We know what racism is, we know what racist is, but we still go into it. This is not a conversation about how complex racism can be. It's not. That's why the word simply is in there. This is just an action. This is a racist action being done simply because somebody is not black. And that's just what tonight is about. Prejudice, discrimination based on race. Is that racist? I say yeah. He says no. Now, tonight I will be cornering and recognizing that there are multiple parts of racism. It's not just one way, right? But tonight I'm focusing on individual racism. That's because that is the scenario that's set up in the title. Yes, it is. So that's what we're standing on tonight. And that's what we're gonna get into. Racism being displayed to an individual or group of people simply because of their race. Is that racist? This is a straight up the middle debate. I'm not here to use gal. I'm here to just stand on my thoughts, my belief, bring the evidence that convinced me that it is true, and defend it against my opponent's belief. So let's have fun. Let's have a good time, man. It's the boy Suave. Shout out to Pan. Shout out to A1, the Coliseum, everybody in attendance. Black Power. Let's move around, man. I'm ready for the first round. I think. How many seconds is that?
Okay. You use your time. You got 30 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. My bad. My clock was off. I started it late. My 30 seconds available?
You got 16 now.
Okay, yeah. So focus on that title, man. Is black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black racist? That's what it's about. Focus on that. Don't get distracted. Put down, your love. All right, so that was my first round. I fell off at 30 seconds left. Asked about the 30 seconds. Grab the rest of that time. Reestablish the topic. Reestablish the title. Told you what to concentrate on. Told you what this was about. All right? So now let's go to his opening round. Watch this. This supposed to be Pan. Let's go. Let's get this going. Black.
Pandemus.
Yeah.
It is on you. Do you need a screen share?
Nope.
Time starts.
Put you
on the big screen.
Oh, is the clock gonna be visible or no?
Do you want the clock visible or you want the big screen?
I mean, no, I don't matter. I'm beautiful. Keep me on here.
Okay. Time starts when you start.
Okay, so if you paid attention to what he just said.
Listen, his first sentence is, if you paid attention to what I said. Man, do your job. Introduce the debate. But he starts off trying to sway the crowd against me, right? If you pay attention to what he said, and this is the technique that I see him do. He just repeats what you said, and it's in a manner is like, damn, he said that? Like, yeah, what's wrong with it? But he says it in a manner that's trying to convince you that it's a dagger against me. Ooh, he shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have showed that. So let's go.
He lets you know that he's just showing you things that convinced him that what he's saying is true, not necessarily the definitions and evidence that make it to be true, right? He also mentioned that this was his title, and he definitely pieced together the words of the title.
All he told you was pay attention to what I said. Notice that I said one thing, right? Notice I said something else. And notice he said this is his title. And he pieced it together. And notice he said it was an action. And notice it's like, nigga, that's what I want to do. That's why I said it.
On purpose, his title, because that convinced him that what he's saying is true, not necessarily the definitions and evidence that make it to be true, right? He also mentioned that this was his title, and he definitely pieced together the words of the title on purpose. If you do focus on the words of the title, the very end of it, simply because they are not Black, the simply he wants you to focus on, and I too want everybody to focus on that. We'll get into why later. But also I want you to focus on the fact that he said it's an action.
like, come on, man, where's your opening? Your opening is just telling people to notice what I said. As if I said it's a dagger to me. And then he never gets into it. He tells you he's going to get into it. Yeah, white simply is it. And he wants you to focus on simply. And I too want you to focus on simply. And we'll get into that later. Never got into it.
And I want to make sure I bring to everyone's attention that what we're talking about today is the lack of action. It is specifically not an action that we're talking about.
Now, listen, because I said, yes, this is an action. He said, I want y'all to notice that he said this is an action. Yes, a racist action, an action of racism. And then he says, but we're talking about the lack of action. The lack of action. Okay.
Right? It is not sharing resources, right? And in that, it's also not sharing because they're white, but not sharing because they are not Black, which is a more protective and preservative position.
Which is a lie. He wants to sit up here and act because he's grabbing on any branch because he know he died. He died in the face-off. He died against the title. He died when he locked in the title. Putting simply because they're not Black is a death blow. Because you can't consider any other reason why, right? So he has 2 weeks to prepare this, and this is what he comes with. Now, he was telling me, be serious about this. Focus, be serious. Yeah, I do be. And so now,
right, then an action and outward, but not sharing because they are not Black.
So now, because he said the phrase, if the title would have said Leonard, if the title would have said simply because they're not white, I would have had a better chance. And I'm saying, yeah, how? Because I'm saying simply because they're not Black. You're being racist. Even if the person wasn't white, they still not Black. So this whole sob story of what white people did to Black people goes out the window. You're not doing it because they're white. You're doing it because they're not Black. Let's go.
Which is a more protective and preservative position, right? Than an action and outward, an outward action, I should say, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Pay attention to definitions for sure. Make sure that we're not dealing with emotional fallacies today.
Pay attention to definitions. No emotional fallacies. Check.
We're gonna make sure that we're dealing with definitions. I am coming straight up the middle with the consensus on the definitions of the words that we will be using throughout this evening's affair. Positive vibes to all, and smoke them if you got them.
And he wrapped it up. This has been 2 weeks, right? I had 30 seconds left. Told you, I started my clock on my PowerPoint late. Bam. And had to compensate for that.
Yeah.
You have 1 minute and 41 seconds left.
A1 announced he has 1 minute and 41 seconds left, but A1 quickly corrected itself. Like, oh, hold on, wait, what's going on? No, you got,
keep going,
Oh
bro.
no, you have 1 minute and 6 seconds left. I'm sorry.
you got 1 minute and 6 seconds left. The man left for 1 minute and 6 seconds on the board in the opening. The majority of his round is just emphasizing what I said. Well, remember that he said this is an action. Remember that he said this is his title. He pieced it together. He wants you to focus on simply, and I do too. Okay, all right, fine. So even if you look at the opening as a throwaway.
I really would. I could have stopped, but just to continue. So you know what I'm saying? The brother pulled up a slide just now and showed you.
Look, it's more focusing on me than supporting his own stance. It's trying to take legitimacy away from what I'm saying just by simply saying I said it or showing I did it. Full of guile.
Now, the pyramid. And I knew he was going to focus on individual.
He said he knew I was going to focus on individual racism. There was no debunking or rebutting individual racism nowhere in his premises. You'd at least put that in your slide. In the case of individual racism, this is nowhere near in that. Pay attention to the affirmative. If I'm saying I'm going for individual racism, and he admits he knew I was going for individual racism, if you don't beat up individual racism, okay.
Individualism, right?
It's the very matter-of-factly way the dude just speaks, right? To let me know he got an amazing fucking support system. Because they will never tell you you're wrong. But that's going to get you killed out here. That's going to get you murdered out here. Every time.
Individual racism. But even that has a very specific requirement as far as the definition that has to be met in order for it to be individual racism. And my opponent will fail in proving his points tonight. And I'll make sure I point out multiple reasons why, and you'll be able to follow along, almost like a bouncing ball game that we had back in the day.
Now look,
we'll sing along. So how's that? How we doing on time now?
All right.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Long live Barbalonia. Long live the pantry. You know what I'm saying? Tighten up. You know what I mean? And what else I can go with? Have a nice day.
All right. Cool. Mic check though. So
When you
think what
start.
you think. Now, this is when it gets disgusting. I just want to play my round, right? Just so you can know what he's referring to when he's talking, because that is important. But I want you to see the structure of the round, right? That I laid down in the structure round he laid down.
Presentation is showing.
15 minutes. Let's go.
12.
I was ready for 15 minutes. When I heard that back, I was like, whoa, that dude was crazy. Yeah, I was ready to go for 15. I don't even know why I got 15 from. Yeah. Oh, 12 minutes. My bad. I was ready to go. Yeah, all right. Let's go. Yeah, it's black people denying resources to whites simply because they're not black racists. I say yeah, he say no. Let's get into it. Yes, I'm focusing on individual racism because individual racism is racism. This is the type of discussion that we're here having tonight because I'm trying to win the debate. The topic was arranged by us, not in the manner that he said it was, and I'll explain that later. But let's get into definitions that prove what convinces me is the truth. Like he said, individual racism, unfair or harmful behavior, beliefs, or actions from one person directed against another person or other people based on race. Let's see how simple that is. This is Cambridge Dictionary. Individual racism, unfair or harmful behavior, beliefs, or actions. So an unfair action from one person directed against another person or other people. So an unfair action from one person to another people based simply on race. Yes, that is racist. And then I go into that INAR, which shows the levels that I showed, and we're going to focus on the fourth one. individual racism. Individual or interpersonal racism is the term which covers the forms of racism which most people commonly understand as racism because they are the most visible forms, meaning it happens every day. You're just more exposed to that. It covers all interactions or behavior between individuals that are racist or have racist content. The term interpersonal racism covers a range of types of racist incidents, from microaggressions to racist name calling and racial bullying and harassment, to discrimination and racist hate crimes. Although incidents of interpersonal racism will be the most commonly recognized form of racism, they happen because of wider context of historical, institutional, structural racism in society. This impacts that cause are magnified because they reinforce or are reinforced by structures of racism. So now let's go into racist discrimination on the same site. Refers to the practice of the treatment of a person or particular group of people differently, especially in a worse way from the way in which you treat other people because of their real or perceived racial, national, ethnic, or cultural background. This generally occurs in the context of employment setting and accessing of goods and services. So that's the conversation we'll have tonight. If we have resources, which is goods and services and other things, and because we are Black, we do not share them with white people simply because they're not Black. Not because we were dominated in certain institutions by them, not because of slavery, simply because they're white. This person could be in a worse condition than you. This person could need the resources more than the Black person that you're giving them to. That's your decision. Not saying it's right or wrong, but it is based on for race, which makes it racist. And so let's go to the Cornell Law School. Even by law, racism is defined as racism is the incitation of discrimination, hatred, or violence toward a person or group of persons because of the origin of their belonging or not belonging to a specific ethnic group of race. So that's the conversation we're having. Because they don't belong to the ethnic group or race of Black, we discriminate. We withhold resources simply because of that. Not even taking it to a part where we're protecting ourselves. No. Also, the Brighton and Hove City Council, I go to another source that describes racism is when a person is treated worse or excluded, which is what that is, excluding them from getting resources. Disadvantaged, harassed, bullied, humiliated, or disgraded because of their race or ethnicity. So, simply because of their race or ethnicity, will they be excluded? Yes. Is that racist? Yes. And so then I like to go to J.P. Ward and Associates, the legal definition of racial discrimination. Interpersonal discrimination. Interpersonal discrimination takes place on an individual level and involves acts of prejudice, harassment, or mistreatment based on someone's race. So this is what the scenario, the title that we presented. It's an act of prejudice based off race. This can include racial slurs, offensive remarks, exclusion from social circles, or discriminatory actions in public spaces. And so that's what we're describing when we have this title tonight. So it meets even the legal definition once again. So I want to say racism isn't usually about like being outwardly evil all of the time. It's often rooted in normal brain processes that get twisted by culture and experience. Like normal processes mean your culture and experience, and you come up with these types of thinking. The social identity theory developed by psychologist Henry Tajfel in the 1970s explained a big part of people naturally divide the world into us versus them to boost their own self-esteem. And so now this is a depiction set out the dark owl of the social identity theory, which starts with the social. And this was another thing. And I'm trying to just let my verse play because I'm not even trying to sway you in that manner. I'm just pointing out what happened and what people would like for you to think happened. Now, this was a slide that he made the claim I got from a video off YouTube, which I did. and I put it into AI and got this illustration, which I didn't. So let me explain to you what just happened. He said I went to a video. He pulled the video up. You're gonna see it in this round. He said it's cool that you can watch the psychology of racism in 10 minutes and then bring it here. And it threw me off because I'm looking at the slide. I didn't hear him make the claim that it was my slide. But he claimed I took a slide from a YouTube video, put it in the AI, regenerated it, and tried to play it off as if I did it. No. I just said, shout out to Dark Owl. Listen. Into us versus them to boost their own self-esteem. And so now this is the depiction, shout out to Dark Owl, of the shout out to Dark Owl. I'm letting you know the source. I said it in the beginning in my opening. The illustration, I used the illustration. You go to a book, I use the book, I use the illustration. I use the video, I use the illustration. I source it, and I show the material that goes with it. Debating. But when you make a claim in a debate that I watched the channel, I said the name of the channel in the debate, and he still went to somebody else's video. When you make a claim that I went to a video, used their image, regenerated it in AI, and then brought it to the debate and didn't source it, and that's not true, you're dying. You're dying. You're dead. That was a brutal mistake. You tried to be bold and cunning, and you were wrong. And I don't know if nobody footballed that to you because we know, y'all move in a pack. I don't know if somebody footballed that to you, but no. And wrong source and wrong process. I did not alter this at all. At all. At all. You're the AI guy. Just know that. You're the AI guy. I screenshot. Okay. And you're going to see when he make that mistake in his social identity. Which starts with the social categorization. In group and out of group. Us, them. We're in the group, they're out the group. Moving on to social identification. The self being included in a group. Internalizing group norms and values, group membership, becoming part of self-concept.
5 minutes, 50 seconds.
My man. Social comparison. That's in group, us, out the group, them. Comparing our group to other groups for positive distinctiveness. All leading to positive distinctiveness, which leads to in-group favoritism based off viewing us more positively. Or out-group degradation, viewing them as less positive. Yes. So I went to the book by the psychiatrist, psychiatrist who was talking about the social identity theory. And I went to a video and got the illustration of that visually. And I sourced it. That. So, and comparing favorable within other groups. Simple as that. And so what that explains is how people get to this mentality of our resources are ours because. Understood. But within this title, it's simply because of the race. Now, individual interpret the Jim Crow Museum, this is my source. Individual interpersonal. Anyone, regardless of race, can hold prejudice and discriminate against someone else based on their race. Denying resources to non-Black people strictly because they are non-Black will be a clear act of racial prejudice and discrimination. And so, yes, I would like to go to the definition of simply. This is without ambiguity. This is without embellishment. So we're not taking away from what structurally the spine of the topic. Would Black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not Black, simply because of the racial conversation? Does that make it racist? I say yeah. Now, this is also a way that people. Now I want you to know, I showed 2 definitions so far, and none of them was edited. None of them had anything clipped. I didn't skip nothing. Right? Simply and racist action from Cambridge. I'm describing it, the racist action of not sharing resources with somebody simply because of their race. Right? My opponent claims that I edited those. I left stuff out. But you'll see. Like, use what they describe as mental shortcuts. They gather a certain amount of data and then they jump over analyzing the facts or consider individuality, and then they get to a simplified conclusion, which is a prejudgment, which is prejudice. So when you do that based off race, that's racist. To be prejudiced simply because of race, not because of circumstances, not because of history, not because of anything other than the fact that they are not black. And this is how people see inequality as normal or even sometimes as good. And research shows that beliefs often come from personal insecurity, lack of empathy for outsiders, or a defensive need to protect their own group's image, which I can see this is. Someone saying black people saying our resources are ours because you have resources. But that's not this conversation. It's black people saying our resources are ours and you can't get none simply because you're not black. It doesn't matter any other fact. That's one fact. Is it racist for black people to hold resources, not share, with white people simply because they're not black? Now, how most simply can you put it? Not simply because they're not black and ugly, not simply because they're not black and fat, not simply because they're not black and a foreigner, simply because they're not black. That's not what I need to know. Is they black? No, they ain't getting shit. Yeah, it don't matter about the condition. In this scenario, black people have resources. And they're making a decision based off race. Yeah. Okay. So, by definition, yes, that's racist. By cultural experience, yes, that's racist. There's no way that you can sit up here and have a conversation of, I don't need to know any other information about this person other than they're white. Nothing. You really agreed to. Fam, I see why you did what you did. I just don't know your character yet. You know what I'm saying? Like you had behind a cartoon. You know? Like, can nobody look you in your eyes and see if you're telling the truth? You feel me? So it's like you can sit behind this cartoon in a championship debate for $500 and bullshit us. With this matter-of-factly premise, this shifty rebuttal, this ambush supposed to be scholarship. The tactics were just weak. They were just weak. But you locked that in. Are they non-black? Yeah. No, they ain't gonna try to act like I tried to use Gal to get this title. I didn't use no Gal to get this title. They don't get them. So even someone who misuses resources, not good at utilizing resources, someone who has an abundance of resources, they will yet again get more resources over another person who doesn't have resources and could be in a very harmful position, a very
2 minutes,
a very degraded position simply because they're not black. And that's the conversation. I'd be like, you gonna give $100,000 to your crackhead cousin before you give $100,000 to a non-black that needs it. And can you like the only thing you need to base your decision off of is them being non-black? You hit. If we take anything and put that with this, we're going outside the context of this conversation.
That's a fact.
Black people having resources, white people present, us not sharing those resources. Why? Simply because they're not black. Is that racist? Yeah. By legal definition, by social definition, by educational definition. I told you the brothers experienced the social identity theory, explaining how people get a us versus them mentality. This is our experience as black people. Us is black, them is white. I understand what we've been through. I understand how people feel, but within the context of this agreed topic, title, worded, reported, put in cement, and challenge today is black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black, racist. I say yeah, and I say that's a dagger. And I'll see y'all in the next round. It's the boy Suave, Black Power, man. Keep y'all head up, and let's keep debating and live. Let's go.
$23 seconds left.
Black Power, shout out to A1, man. Shout out to the judges. Remember the title in context of the conversation. Remember the title in context of the conversation. Is black people keeping resources from white, not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black, racist? Yes, it's prejudice, it's discrimination, it's exclusion based off race, which makes it racist by all definitions. Black Power. Black Power. All right. So about 10 minutes in, I went into my last slide, wrapped up my round, reinforced my points, closed it off at like 26 seconds. Okay, 26 seconds. And then A1 lets me know, and I go ahead and just reestablish the title again. Now let's get into Pan the Man, the cartoon friend. First round.
Pandemus, are you ready for your round one?
Now this is supposed to be when you establish the core of your premise. This is what I'm here to talk about.
But of course.
Watch this.
You reset the timer.
Timer's
reset. Time starts when you start.
Sweet.
And I'm not gonna lie. This was nice because he told me, like we was in the back chat talking and stuff, and he was asking the sisters, what color should I use? And I was like, pink and yellow. While they was, saying colors and stuff, I was like, pink and yellow. He used pink and yellow. And I don't remember this, but he told me this, and I believe him. At some point in time, I told him to do the shit in stick figure. And he did that. So he picked the pink and yellow, and he used the stick figures. Yeah, the man has flair.
Can you go back? Let's see real quick. Are you seeing my screen?
5.
Number 5, you see number 4?
Yep.
Oh, that's good. Let me know when you're ready.
Yep. Time starts when you start.
Time starts when you start.
All right, boom. So my brother, while he was giving his definitions, he made sure to skip over certain things.
His first fucking whole ass line is, I'm lying. I skipped over some things. While I was reading the definitions, I skipped over some things. While I'm reading the definitions, hold on. Let me share this right quick. Okay. This is the Cambridge source that I showed. Live right now. Individual racism. Unedited. Unfair, harmful behavior, beliefs, or action from one person directed against another person or other people based on race. You understand? Nothing edited. Nothing edited. Not a second definition, nothing. All right? My other definition was simply, you saw it, unedited. No gal at all. But yet his first line in his first round, or his second round, which is supposed to be his fucking premise, is a lie. Something to make you think I'm snaking. That I'm on bullcrap. Oh, Suave up here, skipping over stuff and definitions. Editing stuff out? No, I'm not. All right. So let's get back to it. Your first sentence. Like this, why I'm doing this, because it was so fucking insulting. The type of person, like you put more time into trying to attack my character than you did in your presentation. Let's go.
And omit certain things. He was given his definitions. He made sure to skip over certain things and omit certain things, right? We will get into some of his sources in a minute, you know what I mean? But first, here we go. So, is Black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they are not Black racist? Right? He wants you to focus on the word simply, and so do I. I say no. The proposition here is he keeps talking about scenarios and different scenarios and situations. There is no scenario.
Shows the title. And then comes back with another slide and attacks me again instead of setting his premise. Just trying to, you know, put a little dirt on what I'm saying. Yeah, you can't trust him. Listen, the man came into the round, lied, right? Lied.
Let me know when you're ready.
And made an
definition. We will get into some of his sources and omit certain things, right?
I omitted certain stuff. We're gonna get into it. If you want to make movies, go make movies. But we don't. So this is first slide.
Is Black people not sharing resources with white people simply because
it's the title? He about what, 30 seconds in? Could be 40. The title. Now remember that. Almost a minute. The title.
They are not Black racist. Right? He wants you to focus on the word simply, and so do I.
He wants you to focus on the word simply, and so do I. No, he don't. No, he don't. He's just not bold enough to do what he was trying to, what he's going to do later, and say that I tried to pigeonhole simply. But I already replayed the face-off and how we came up cordially with the title. We agreed, both sides. He wrote it down. He didn't ask any questions. He didn't say, what you mean by simply? He didn't try to get no clarity. None. That's why I say you don't respect a nigga intellect. Like, ain't no way in hell I'd have signed up for that debate. Simply? Is something based simply off race racist? Is something based solely on race racist? You signed up for that. Didn't ask no questions. Didn't set no scenario. We about 45 seconds in. 40 seconds in your premise. Wasted. Okay.
I say no. The proposition here is he keeps talking about scenarios and different scenarios and situations. There is no scenario in the proposition. It is that there are resources that Black people have. And the question is, if they don't just share them with white people, are they racist?
Now he said, I keep trying to bring in scenarios. I'm stating scenarios, and then remember, I'm reestablishing. It don't got nothing to do with it. It don't matter about history, present, future. It's simply because they not Black. This person could be in a worse condition, but it ain't even about that. Simply because they not Black.
So a black person is just supposed to wake up with resources and find white people to share them with.
Now that's what he think everybody's stupid at right there. The man comes in, says all of these scenarios he's setting up, he's trying to introduce, is not in the title. So black people are supposed to just wake up and give their, and it comes right back with a stupid scenario that ain't even based off the topic. How does this topic reflect if black people don't just wake up and give stuff to white people? No.
Right? In order to not be labeled racist, according to this title. That's ridiculous, right? So in order for you to get to one of those situations, you have to add all types of other things to this title. Okay.
No, you don't. Nah, just read the title and answer the question. Is black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black racists? What do you mean by that? I mean, if black people make the decision based off of race not to do something or to do something, is it racist?
Like he tried to do. You know what I mean? We see the situation with the resources and the resource allocation amongst the races in America. All right.
We see nigga, what this got to do with it? It's simply because it's not black. It's not about resource allocation. It's not about business assets, medical debt, liquid assets, home equity, nothing. And then we can't even see the information. Those were 6 slides that you obviously needed, fam. And remember, we already minute in. So now we get some information and it's poorly compiled. We can't even see it. Good thing the judges get 2 weeks to judge because they get to screenshot this and blow it up. They need it. They need it to give him a chance. Well, at least let me break his information down and blow it up and see what it say. Even though it ain't got nothing to do with the topic of the damn debate.
The black people are on the bottom.
But remember, he said we're going to go off of definitions, which he ain't showed yet. And we're going to make sure we don't go off emotion. And if this ain't emotion, black people is poor. Even though we out here with rims and bags and teeth and homes and cars, and even though we 100,000aires, millionaires, resources. All right.
Resource ownership, and we are at the top in debt. All right. So when we say that black resources are for black people, that's not racist. It's backed up by the facts. Black
man, that dude showed. That dude showed one slide, and went back to this. Black resources are for black people, family, community, household. Black resources, fam. All right.
Black resources are for black household, black family, black communities, and other disadvantaged black people, not white allies. Now, dealing with white allies, that's an interesting point, because what white people are we talking about? He clarified he's not talking about all white people or white people as a race. He's talking about individuals and individual black people. But which white people specifically? Because if it's an obvious enemy, you wouldn't share with them anyways. If it's somebody who's neutral and you can't tell if they were an enemy or a friend, right? You would have reservations as far as whether you're going to share with them or not. So
then you should have debated that, but you didn't. You chose to debate simply because they're not black. All of this useless information is bullshit. It's filler. It's filler. He's 2 minutes in and showed you one slide of information, and it's poorly compiled. And now we back to agree with me. Feel how I feel. Black resources are for black people. You agree with that, right? Yeah. It's supposed to go to your family, your household, your community, right? Yeah. Not white allies, right? Yeah. And then it could go to other disadvantaged black people, right? For sure. I agree with you. So you win the debate? No. What is the debate? Then why are you showing this? Why aren't you showing me how it's not racist simply because it's based on race?
focus on somebody that we know as an ally, right? Black resources aren't for white allies either. Again, based on the statistics.
Hold on, pause it for me.
U.S. racial
Murder in the building. Murder in the
Damn.
building.
Maybe I should just shut the fuck up. I mean, the results already in. None of this can change anything.
Of course not. Of course
But,
not. Of course not.
And I didn't look at him. I didn't want no Freudian slips. But this bothered me when he did that. When he made this distinction between allies, non-allies, because he kept telling yo ass, he kept saying to people, Suave said this, but that ain't the topic. What he just said ain't the topic. The topic is simply because they're white. The topic isn't should we not share resources with white people if they're not allies.
Yeah,
like it. I don't understand why he did that. He's off topic early than the motherfucker. He's the first one off topic. And I noticed that, and I was like, that's okay. I was waiting for, I'm thinking maybe he's going to bring it somewhere else, but he didn't. And I feel like this was a bad point for him because he's off topic as hell. Now he's creating different distinctions within the topic. And maybe he has a good explanation for this, and I can hear it from him. But yeah, to me, this seems off topic. This is not, now it's not simply because they're white. It's, are they allies or not? Like, he's doing all of that. He didn't stick to the topic. He tried to make this separate distinction of a separate group of white people that the topic doesn't mention. And
when I think about
I have to hear him respond to what I'm saying because Pan is really savvy, and I'm sure maybe in his head this makes sense. And if I hear
honestly, what I think is that he thought that was going to be part of my premise. Like, we could at least be giving it to white allies. See, that's why he asked who, because he thought I was going to go into who. He thought I wasn't going to stand on the title. He thought I was going to say, well, it's racist to not share resources with white people that we deal with, white people that's not racist or whatever. Yeah, I don't care about none of that. And yes, he's very savvy. So that's why I think it came from. He thought this was part of my premise.
And I think to him, he thought it sounded good because he thought people would emotionally be like, well, yeah, our enemies shouldn't get nothing. But you're taking it away from the topic. The topic was just white people. It didn't differentiate white people. So he shouldn't differentiate which ones. That's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling like it's almost a red herring. Would that be correct?
Man,
it's something.
Straw man, at least. You're talking about an argument I'm not talking about. It could be a red herring sitting on the damn fence, but
and that wasn't the title. The title wasn't should we not share resources with white people who aren't our allies. Yeah. That wasn't the topic, Pan. And that's how I'm feeling. And maybe when I talk to you, you'll have a good explanation for me. I'm not a judge though, so what the hell I think doesn't matter. I want to see what the judge. I'm so excited to see what the judges saw because I saw so much when I watched this, and I'm seeing more watching it right now. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and get in it. I'm gonna mute out.
I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, man. So hit that Cash App at $ Titans Debate League, and make sure y'all subscribe to all the other channels. Subscribe on TikTok and other platforms. And become a member for exclusive opportunities or gifts, however he describes it so eloquently. But yeah, okay. So the man in wasted a minute showed you one slide, poorly compiled. Now here we go, setting the record straight on racial wealth inequality. Like that matters. It doesn't say if black people are racially unequal. No. But let's hear his point. Let's hear him out.
Racial wealth gap is persistent and growing. Hello? So we realize that there are many resources that's very specifically for white people. And pointing that out is not racist. So in a situation where you have resources and a white person may need it, you could just direct them to white-only resources that are not considered racist by anybody in the country. The French American Foundation, the German American Foundation, Icelandic American Association, Italian American Association. These are all associations that have benefits and resources for white people only, and they're not considered racist. In Indiana alone, the Indianimals, you can find multiple only white organizations that are not considered racist. All right. They are preserving and sharing resources among themselves, specifically because that's their group. Chinatown. Chinese American resources are for Chinese people. Jewish American resources are for Jewish people. Korean American resources are for Korean people. I could keep going with this, but I'm not. So it's good.
Right. So now all he showed you so far is that other races got resources. That's what all them slides was about. It wasn't no data. It wasn't no. He just went right into. We see the economic inequality, and people got organizations that got resources for them. All right, cool. Now this was the part right here. Motivated XP. I don't know who the fuck that is. The psychology of racism explained in 10 minutes. This is not the video I watched. Sorry. I got mine from what Dark Owl. Yeah. So it could have been titled the same or whatever the similarities was that led you to this video instead of the correct video. But listen to the claim.
Can I jump in again?
Yes, sir.
He said it was the resources thing, how we identify resources allocated by race. I don't know of anywhere.
Yeah.
That's I don't even know if pseudo is the right word, but no race has its own separate resources allocated exclusively to it.
Thank you.
Like where white people go, like, hey, I need some resources, and it's only for white folks. I know that they do stuff for themselves. Like I remember this once not a meme, it was a video that said, whenever it's anybody else's, oh, this is for the Latinos, oh, this is for the Jewish people, or this is for the Asians. But whenever black people come around, this is for the black and the brown. Like they put us with some other people. But nobody's. I have to, like, again, and he may have answers for all of this stuff that I'm just confused about, but I know that no race has its own separate resources allocated exclusively to it. So, because races are distributed based on geography, not racially. Like there is no race that just has the oil. You see what I'm saying? It's whoever has the oil, like it's distributed. Who has oil? United States, Venezuela, Saudi,
Mm-hmm.
Water, nobody's keeping the water to themselves, and white people can go over here to get their water. So I was confused as F by this. This threw me. And then he tried to like say it was bad I don't know. I got to see how you brought it up and used it too, because I don't know if you even helped by screenshotting it and bringing it up. But I'm gonna see. You don't know.
Okay, bet. I think he was saying they have resources like they do food dirt or they give food. Like there's organizations that help their race with everyday needs. You're behind on your rent. You need some food. Whatever, clothes, do clothes drives. I don't know what those organizations, because he never went into the organizations. He just showed a whole bunch of badges. He never showed this organization gives white people water and do food drives, and it's strictly for white people.
Because that would be racist. Bro, if somebody was allocating resources specifically for their race, and again, he may have like that one, what do they call it? The one rule, what do they call it? Exception to the rule. But usually when I can only think of people, racists doing it, who have large disparities and have been held back. So I know black people be having their own stuff, but like, I mean, what do we really have for black? No, it ain't nowhere where only black people can go.
The NAACP?
Rachel Dolezal. What's her name?
Yeah.
So, I mean, she was white, so she's the exception. I don't know. The NAACP, you're right. They do business funding. But again, we have such a disparity, and we was held back 500 years. They're actually just trying to close wealth gaps and things like that. So they allow it for us. But as you see within 2026, these white folks been coming out like, no, we shutting down all that DEI and all that weird stuff y'all doing. That's racist. Y'all are selecting people based on race and trying to do for them and cut other people out is racist. And the black folks are like, no. I mean, in concept, I think it is. Do I think it's needed as a form of reparation? Yes. Like, everybody already had a 500-year head start. Why, when they shot the gun for everybody to take off for the race to wealth, they held our T-shirt and held us back for 500 years. So they need to make that right. So I don't think making it right is racist by allocating funds to us to help us catch up when they held us back for so long. But I think I'm helping his point. At the same time, I just realized it. So, is it racist? Damn.
I mean, the difference to me is because, like the example he got up here right now, the Korean American community, it's not like black or white. It's saying this area. That's like the American Community Foundation. People from America can get help. People from Korea can get help. If you born in Korea and you black, you can get help. If you born in Korea and you white, you can get help. But you cross the threshold when you say, well, these resources are for white people. Like, show me the white American Community Foundation. You know what I'm saying? Like, where it's like because of that aspect of race, not particularly nationality, you know, because you got the African, like people help. If you in Africa, you get resources. But that's whether you black or white. You could be an Asian born in Africa and get that motherfucker. But to stand on the line and say, no, you're not black. Fuck whatever land you came from, you're not black. So that's the difference that I see in it. But he can explain it better. I'm sure he could.
I just Googled it. Organizations that allocate resources only for white people. And it said, yes, there have been some throughout history that restricted membership benefits, opportunities, and resources primarily to white people. Examples include the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
I'm done. You got the floor.
Like, bro. So, all right. White people got resources. Shout out to the Ku Klux Klan.
The resources are for Korean people. I could keep going with this, but I'm not. So it's good that the bro was able to watch the video, Psychology of Racism Explained in 10 Minutes, and bring that entire argument to this debate, right? But that's not what we're talking about right now, right? The debate title is very simple. Literally, the word simply is in it. Simply because they're not black, right? And that is not racist. Pointing out the fact that they are not us, they are not black. Black resources are for black people. Pointing out that sharing that willy-nilly without he actually mentioned that you need to have other information before you make a decision like sharing something.
Nah. What he did was try to take my point that he got a little bit of information and then jumped to a conclusion. He didn't think about individualism, which he said he knew I was going to individualism, but he didn't consider individualism, right? And so he takes that point and try to flip it to, before you get to his races, you need to consider different actions, meaning I'm going outside the topic. No, that had nothing to do with, that's the wrong angle. You weren't even paying attention to what I'm saying. You just looked at the illustration and lost your mind. Yeah. Which is really, you know, prejudice again. You had a, what was it, line, gap, or jump, whatever. But yeah,
are you going
go check out this video? I did not get that from this. Now, I think somebody alley-ooped him the video right quick, and he threw it in the presentation. He tried to freestyle it in there, but he couldn't get to the slide that I showed because it's not in this video. So he picked this slide, and later on he claims I put this slide in the AI and got the slide that I used.
To do things correctly with this money or whatever it is, food, a stick of butter, right? You would have to add something else to the proposition in order for you to call it racist. Simply, it's without ambiguity.
This is the first definition he showed, and this is from my presentation. He clipped this from my presentation. And I left nothing out, and I didn't skip over nothing. That's what it says.
like he said, okay, this is his source now. All right. Directly and candidly, just because we acknowledge that they are not us and black resources are for black people.
And he went directly into adding a shitload of stuff to the topic, to the title. All he did was show you my definition and presented it as if him showing my definition was a dagger to me. Ooh, I put your information in my presentation. And then he made a claim.
Position, in order for you to call it racist, simply is without ambiguity. Like he said, okay, this is his source now. All right. Directly and candidly, just because we acknowledge that they are not us and black resources are for black people, before we have any other context with it, simply like his slide said, you know what I mean, leaves out the fact that it's not racist, right? Individual racism or interpersonal racism, all these things here, you're gonna need something else before you.
My slides again.
It's to racism. You have race identified, and then you have something else like racist discrimination, right? Treating a person differently or wrongly, right? I'm trying to read through here. Microaggressions, bully, harassment, right? Insight.
These my slides. So he made his first round the day of. He probably been made the pink and yellow background and the stick figures, but the information that he showed, those 6 slides put on one, poorly compiled on one slide, he did that day. Those few title pages that he showed from different articles, those badges from the different clubs to allocate resources, he probably didn't compile that, but he probably did. But obviously, majority of this first round is my stuff. So,
now this is his slide. The racism is the incitation of discrimination.
Now this is his slide. He says that it is. That's a dagger. Yes, that's my slide. That's the information that's beating you up.
Right. Simply withholding my own personal resources or our people's resources is not inciting discrimination against anyone. Again, like I showed you, all of those white organizations.
Simply holding them from somebody because they're not of your race is. And that's what we're here to debate.
That aren't getting accused of the same thing. So by definition, it's not racist. Racism is discrimination, prejudice, violence, hatred, feeling of superiority, all these other things, plus identifying racist.
And where did you get this definition from? Racism is discrimination, prejudice, violence, hatred, feeling of superiority, and all these several different things.
Simply identifying
race. So not sharing resources with white people simply because they're white, that's not discrimination?
Based on race? Which is racist?
Bro, did he just cheddar bob himself?
I mean, he did it from the face off. He shot himself when he locked in that title, bro. So this is the compensation for that. This is 2 weeks of him knowing I have to bullshit my way through this. All right. Yeah.
Racism is discrimination, prejudice, violence, hatred, feeling of superiority, all these other things.
All these other things. He didn't even finish the definition. Eddie ain't tell you where he sourced it from.
Plus identifying racist. Simply identifying the race is not racist.
No. But identifying them and not sharing racism, sharing racism, sharing resources with them is racist. Identifying them, no. If you know, oh, that person's white, that might be right. Yeah, that's racist. That person's right. You're dealing with race. Hey, that person's white. Let's not share our resources with them because they're not black. That's racist.
You need something else. You need one other ingredient. Race.
And then this is what blew my mind. He acted like one no other ingredient. He thought we didn't know it was another ingredient. This nigga says simply identifying someone race is not racist. Racism equals race plus a variable.
Plus something else in order to make it racist, right? So you add something like if you're feeling of superiority or even a feeling of inferiority, then you have racism, right? Again, you need race plus another something in order for it to be racism.
He went back to his other slide.
Simply because they are not black. It's just saying, again, it's not race plus
No, he
identifying
didn't.
racist.
He just
Simply identifying the race is not racist. You need something else. You need one other ingredient, race plus something else, in order to make it racist. Period. Race plus another something in order for it to be racism. Simply because they are not black is just saying that's the reason. They're just not black. And right now, black resources are for black people. So if it is black people sharing resources with not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black racists, I say no. The resolution only establishes racial distinction and not racism. Right? Let me see here. I think we had
This is last slide. Now remember, he didn't through about 3 of my slides in there. He had the source he showed my definition of simply. He showed my legal definition. He showed the INAR, the INAR source. He showed the sources with the 6 slides in one. He showed those couple of title pages. And he showed the screens with the badges.
Yeah, how much time we got left? Did we just run through them, Jones?
How much time we got left? Did we just run through them, Jones? This him? This how much he didn't take this serious. Okay, listen how much time we got left.
5 minutes and 45 seconds.
5 fucking minutes and 45 seconds in a 12-minute round. 5 minutes, 45 seconds in a 12-minute round. You talking about, did we just run through them things? You prepared for this? Did you prepare for the finals for $500? A 12-minute round? He used 6 minutes and 15 seconds. I remember the first 2 minutes, he was just making claims about me before he even got into information. He made a claim about me, showed a stick figure, played the movie intro, made another claim about me. It was like 2 minutes. So that's like 4 minutes and 15 seconds of information. And within that 4 minutes and 12 seconds are 3 of my slides that he talked about for about 30 seconds each, 20 seconds each. So that's another minute to a minute and a half off. 3 minutes and 12 seconds of information this man just set up here and told y'all he whooped my ass with. Who the fool that locked in a dumbass title and came with 3 minutes and 15 seconds of his own information? Stick figures. Miscompiled information that you got to cut out and edit and blow up to see what it say. Unsourced definition. The only definition he showed was unsourced. Yeah, fam. So now guess what he got to do?
Sorry about that.
5 minutes, let's go. So
minutes and 45 seconds. Sorry about that.
5 minutes, let's go. So
that nigga said, hey, 5 minutes, let's go. That nigga is a cartoon character, dog.
No. I don't remember that.
You don't remember
the first
that?
round and had 4 minutes left.
5 minutes and 45 seconds.
What the fuck? And he just finished though.
Let me take it back.
I heard him say, did we just run through them joints?
Yeah. Racial distinction and not racism.
I didn't even peep that the day of.
Let me
that
see
it
here.
was,
I think we had a.
yeah.
Oh, that might. Yeah. How much time we got left? Did we just run through them, John? I think we did.
5 minutes and 45 seconds. Sorry about
Blank screen.
Did he take? I'm gonna just mute out. I'm not gonna say nothing.
No, he didn't take this serious. No. Yeah, so at 5 minutes, at 6:15 in his time, after 2 minutes of a bullshit intro making claims about me and showing a movie intro, 3 of my slides, which was about 120 to 130 seconds, leaving him about the average of 3 minutes and 15 seconds of information that he brought up here, and the majority of it was stick figures, and one of them was a overcompiled slide, which he could have made into 6 slides and stretched this out. But the insulting part about him not having the rest of the round right here, despite the fact it's only 3 minutes and 15 seconds of information, is what he did in the second round. But we'll go.
about that.
5 minutes. Let's go. So some of his slides. Right? Which one was his? This one here, right?
This nigga certainly know how to freestyle some shit, because I know he didn't plan that.
No.
So you about to freestyle the rest of the first round?
How can he plan it when the first slide he showed after that was my slide? The nigga ran out of slides and he only had 3 minutes and 15 seconds of shit. And most of them stick figures. And then he finds out he runs out of slides and he runs back to my definition of simply and start preaching. Shout out to E1. My slide.
Racist discrimination.
My slide. That nigga ran back to my slide and started reading it.
Now, a lot of times throughout this debate, we're going to hear the word discrimination, but it's very specifically racist discrimination that we're talking about, right? Because discrimination, you can choose. Discrimination help you make a choice. So everybody discriminates in every situation. So
preaching, rambling. He just got my slide on the screen and rambling, freestyling. Master freestyle. Listen to what he said, though. Let's start it over.
5 minutes and 45 seconds. Sorry about that.
5 minutes. Let's go. So some of his slides. Right? Which one was his? This one here, right? Racist discrimination. Now, a lot of times throughout this debate, we're going to hear the word discrimination, but it's very specifically racist discrimination that we're talking about, right? Because discrimination, you can choose. Discrimination help you make it.
This nigga took the affirmative. That nigga switched spots with me. That nigga ran out of time and turned into me, ran about source and said, racist discrimination. Well, in this debate, you're going to hear discrimination a lot of times, but the one we're focusing on is racist discrimination.
Your choice. So everybody discriminates in every situation.
Everybody discriminates.
All discrimination is not racism. Racist discrimination, right? It tells you right here. It can refers to the practice of treating a person or a particular group of people differently, especially in a worse way, right? Now,
terrified to read the rest of that. He freestyling, looking through it to see something he can manipulate, and so he just starts back over at the race of discrimination. Refers to the practice of treating a person or particular group of people differently, especially in the worst way. Especially, not necessarily. If you're treating a group of people differently based off race. So he tries to focus on, especially in the worst way, and he stops and he starts preaching again.
Especially in a worse way, right? Now, because we preserve resources for ourselves, right, individually or as a group, that is not treating anybody anyway. Again, the preposition or the resolution or the title of this debate does not give you any extra context to say.
Yes, it do. Sharing resources. He says just because we hoard resources for ourselves, or just because we have resources for ourselves, it's not necessarily racist. But the variable that you keep trying to miss is not sharing them with white people simply because you're avoiding the whole fucking title.
say that you are doing it in a negative or a harmful way to the person, which is also part of his definitions that he was showing.
Where? He said, which is part in a harmful, he freestyles. He abandons this definition, freestyles at it has to be in a harmful way, like he showed. What definition did I show that said that? Because you didn't show a definition.
This debate does not give you any extra context to say that you are doing it in a negative or a harmful way to the person, which is also part of his definition.
He said it's part of my definition. Which definition? Show it. Because you showed all my definitions that I use. Which one said you have to treat them in a harmful way? Yes. The man died. Preach it.
That he was showing. Right? You need it to be harmful. It has to be one other.
Look how he just went through my slide. Look how that nigga just went through my slide.
This had to be like for wow factor. To be like, damn, he got all of his shit.
This was for I came unprepared factor. This was I'm grabbing for branches factor. I hope you agree with me factor. Yeah. I hope you so emotionally attached to white supremacy that anything that says sharing with white people ain't racist. But when you read the whole topic, you're dead. Sorry. But look how he flipped. He ran out of time. Went to
which one was this one here, right?
There.
But it's very specific. Refers to the practice of treating a person or a particular group of people differently, especially in a worse way, right? Now, because we preserve resources for ourselves, right, individually or as a group, that is not treating any.
And that's not the topic. It's preserving resources for black people racist. It's not the topic. It's not the topic, sir.
Body anyway. Again, the preposition or the resolution or the title of this debate does not give you any extra context to say that you are doing it in a negative or a harmful way to the person, which is also part of his definitions that he was showing.
Which is a lie. Look how he flicked through my shit. Bing, bing, bing,
that you are doing it in a negative or a harmful way to the person, which is also part of his definitions that he was showing. Right? You need it to be harmful. It has to be one other ingredient, right? Identifying race alone.
He's looking for a
is not racism. Right? So again, like I showed you all these different.
That is identifying race racist. Bing, bing, bing.
Organizations here. Bing. These things have never been accused of being racist. All right. There's all types of African American organizations around the country. I didn't get into any of those because that's
French, Italian, Irish American. What is that one? British American. See, this is about being a British or an Italian or an Irishman or a Frenchman or Jewish. This is not, none of these are about black and white. This motherfucker said these white resources. He said they got white resources. Aren't there black French Americans? Aren't there black Italians? Aren't there black Irish? Aren't there black Jewish? He couldn't go into these motherfucking organizations. This nigga got the National Philanthropic Foundation on this motherfucker talking about white resources. All right.
It's not necessary. But you see here, again, in Indiana, where my opponent is from, you see the Indiana German Society. You're not German, bro. You're not about to be.
Ain't no black Germans? You think all Germans are white? This nigga got the Daughters of the American Revolution. And what else is that? The Huguenot Society of America. And called this shit white resources. As if black people are excluded from it.
Able to go to them and get nothing. Right? And
Indiana Pioneers got an Indian head. This nigga showed the Indiana pioneers with an Indian talking about, look, white people got resources.
Just racial allocation is not racism, right? Again, pointing out the fact that races are different and certain things are allocated for certain people and groups and races is not in itself racist. You need
pointing out race and allocate resources of races is not in itself racist. That has to be a t-shirt. That's crazy. He said that sentence.
And groups are allocated for pointing out the fact that races are different and certain things are allocated for certain people and groups and races is not in itself racist. You need something else. And unfortunately, with him trying to shoehorn simply into the title.
Now, that's where I got insulted. Highly insulted. He just told you I shoehorned simply into this title. Why do you have to do that? Maybe because you came unprepared, you didn't take it serious. You had 3 minutes and 15 seconds of information. Maybe that's why you now are trying to paint this debate as if I shoehorned simply into the topic. Like you popped up today and it was the debate. Not only did we watch the video where you agreed to it after hearing it several times and writing it yourself in the chat, reading it. Not only that, you had 2 weeks to call back and say, hey, I'm not fucking with that simply shit. I don't give a fuck. After 2 weeks, you came with 3 minutes and 15 information, 3 minutes and 15 seconds of information, insults, lies, slurs against me. I shoehorned simply into the topic, bro. I shoehorned it. I didn't ask you the question. Are black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black racists? I didn't ask you that question. But now, listen to him. Listen to what I would like to think is the just in him. Because he's going to kind of touch on that again.
Title, as well as trying to be real careful about saying because they're not black.
As well as being real careful that they're not black. Yes, I was real careful. I didn't say because they're not white. Simply because they're not black. Meaning if you're not black, you're not getting them resources. Just the example is a white person. But if a white person not getting it because they're not black, guess what? No blacks is getting it. No non-blacks is getting it. So Asians can't get it. Mexicans can't get it. Yeah. Arabs can't get it. Because they not black.
Now, he may even have had a better case if he said because they're white. But
he said, and even that is a lie that he's swinging on. Because if I would have said, even though that still would have been a nail in the fucking coffin, right? Because simply takes out all relationships with white people. None of that matters. It's simply because they're white. He still would have had more of a chance to bring up racism. But because they're not black, it don't matter. Any relationship we got with a non-black, but all people that's not black, they don't oppress us. All people that's not black don't have us economically. We're winning against some of them, but they still can't get these resources because they're not black, which is racist. And you died. And that's why you lied. That's why you threw slurs.
That's not what we're saying here. It's not because they're white. It's because they're not black. And because of the history that he just got finished going through, you know what I mean?
What history did I go through? What history did I go through? He said, and because of the history that he just went through, what history did I go through? That's a lie. What debate did you in? Show me in my presentation. I said the history between black and whites started off in 1461 when
you have to add something else to see what the decision is going to be based on. You know what I mean?
No, you don't have to add. You can't add nothing else to see what the decision is based on because you agreed to the decision is based simply off of race.
Otherwise, if it's just because I can see that they're not black, that's an easy observation to make. We have our own spaces for a reason, right? The conversation about our own spaces happens for a reason, right? Because
he's stuck on this slide. Notice he don't give a fuck about a slide right now. He bullshitting you for another 4 minutes. The nigga had 5 minutes, not 4 minutes, 5 minutes and 45 seconds. He was 15 minutes away from being halfway through his round when he ran out of slides. He went to my slides first. Definition simply, my motherfucking source from the law firm, and then my source from the INAR. And then he bing, 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 flew back to one of them fuck ass. Oh, the one with the equation. It says simply identifying somebody's race is not racist, which is not the topic. Then he came here, already showed you how they got resources. He showed you these seals of groups that are not black or white. They're mixed, all of them. Now he's stuck on this slide just freestyling, preaching. Finna collect some tides on y'all ass. Finna pass that collection plate round with no God to give you. Yes. I felt it. I'm listening to the nigga. It's been 2 minutes. How long this nigga been on this slide? Look, minus 30, 45, minus 50, minus 55, minus 60, minus 70.
Go to them and get nothing.
Minus 70.
In Indiana, because that's not necessary. But you see here, again, in Indiana, where my opponent is from, I mean, you see the Indiana German Society. You're not German, bro. You're not about to be able to go to that. Go to them and get nothing, right? And conscious racial allocation is not racism, right? Again, pointing out the fact that races are different and certain things are allocated for certain people and groups and races is not in itself racist. You need something else. And unfortunately, with him trying to shoehorn simply into the title, as well as trying to be real careful about saying because they're not black. Now he may even have had a better case if he said because they're white, but that's not what we're saying here. It's not because they're white, it's because they're not black. And because of the history that he just got finished going through, you know what I mean? You have to add something else to see what the decision is going to be based on. You know what I mean? Otherwise, if it's just because I can see that they're not black, that's an easy observation to make. We have our own spaces for a reason, right? The conversation about our own spaces happens for a reason, right? Because we realize that resources need to be consciously allocated to the people who need them the most. And it's historically been us throughout history.
He finally
right?
put out that shit.
And the goal is to try and fix that. You know what I mean? Realizing that we are on the bottom in every aspect.
Come on, fam. Come on, fam. Hey, well, you couldn't have been paying attention to this debate while this shit was happening, dog. Hey, I'd have stopped this shit. I'd have paused that nigga time and asked that nigga, was he serious? When that nigga ran out of slides for 5 minutes and 45 seconds and he went into 3 minutes of bullshit, I'd have stopped this motherfucker to pay this and bro, you need another day or something?
Finances and economics and resources as a whole. You know what I mean? It makes more sense for us to be in a preservation mindset already. So like I said, when you wake up in the morning, I'm supposed to just find a white person to share in order for you not.
When I wake up in the morning, I'm supposed to just find it, but that's not the topic. The scenario you're trying to throw in is not the topic. If you make a decision based off racist and racist, you made a decision not to share resources because someone is non-black. That's racist. You died.
For me to not be racist? Of course not.
When is
you wake up in the morning, you realize that you may have resources and you really are trying to figure out how to conserve them. And you know what I'm saying, do something good for it, even if it's just for yourself, right? So until now you bring in the person in this situation.
This a debate, a championship debate for 500.
You have to describe the situation. What is the scenario?
2 minutes. So that means when he ran out of slides at 5, I'm gonna say at 6:10, because it took him like 5 seconds to sit there. Like, damn, he ran through them. So he ran out of slides and had 5 minutes and 50 seconds left. The man ran on my slides, and for the next 3 minutes and 45 seconds, rambled 2.5 minutes on my slides, and then showed his slides briefly.
That you keep talking about, that this random white person needs a resource from a black person. Why is that? Which is going to be a common sense question if it comes up. Why is that? But in trying to be tricky with the title, he forgot to figure out a way to put that in here. And now we just have.
Now I'm trying to be tricky with the title. Then call it out. Because if you felt I was trying to be tricky, when I felt you was trying to be tricky with the title, I called it out. I said, I'm not debating you if you're not going to give me clarity. I'm asking questions about what is the UNA steps to become a government, a nation. You don't want to talk about it. You just want to set the debate up. No. Then I say, if black people don't share their resources with white people simply because they're not black, is it racist? And you say, let's go. See you on the 6th. I tricked you? Well, how easy is it to trick you, nigga? If all I got to do is say the damn topic and you accept it. That's crazy.
We identify that somebody or a group of people is not black, and we have black resources. Black resources are for black people, and that is not racist. I'm sorry, we got left.
Nigga, the bell just rang. Listen.
And now we just have, which is going to be a common sense question if it comes up. Why is that? But in trying to be tricky with the title, he forgot that she's a resource. Of course not. You wake up in the morning, you realize that you may have economics and resources as a whole. You know what I mean? It makes more sense for us to be in a preservation mindset already. So like I said, when you wake up in the morning, I'm supposed to just find a white person to share in order for me to not be racist? Of course not. You wake up in the morning, you realize that you may have resources, and you really are trying to figure out how to conserve them and, you know what I'm saying, do something good for it, even if it's just for yourself, right? So until now you bring in the person in the situation, you have to describe the situation. What is the scenario that you keep talking about, that this random white person needs a resource from a black person? Why is that? Which is going to be a common sense question if it comes up. Why is that? But in trying to be tricky with the title, he forgot to figure out a way to put that in here. And now we identify that somebody or a group of people is not black, and we have black resources. Black resources are for black people, and that is not racist. I'm sorry, we got left.
Time we got left.
1 minute and 19 seconds.
He laughed.
Cool.
Like, I'm fucking.
So let's go back to this other slide.
Let's go back to this other slide.
What was that? This one
It not be my slide.
No, I didn't actually pull up the
Listen,
the slide that he took and put it.
He used the last minute of his time to kill himself. Now listen to the claim he makes.
I'm sorry.
How much time left?
1 minute and 19 seconds.
Cool. So let's go back to this other slide that he had.
Let's go back to his slide.
This one here.
Now listen.
Now I didn't actually pull up the slide that he took and put it to AI and change so he can make it. But it was,
I didn't go back to this slide and put in the AI that he changed that he can make it. He couldn't even get the words out. And I would like to think that's because he's an honest man. And this is the most he's ever fucking lied in his recent history, is during this debate. He had to do some bullshit during this debate. I would like to really think that's not his character. Okay, so listen.
The slide that he had. What was that? This one here. Now I didn't actually pull up the slide that he took and put it to AI and change so he can make it, but it was talking about favoritism.
What he's trying to claim is that I went to this video, took this image, put it in AI, told AI to compile it for me, and that's the green and black image that I showed earlier. And that's not what I did. And for him to make a claim like that in a debate and for it to not to be true is erroneous. It is. It is. It's such a fallacy.
I'm not talking about favoritism of Black people either, right? Which is another intentional negative behavior, right? Showing favoritism is negative, right? We're not talking about that. It is a logical decision if you as an individual have a resource for you to find a way to preserve it and make it work for yourself. That's already what you was trying to do with the resource anyways. That's not.
Let's add to the top. You don't know what we was trying to do with the resources. It doesn't say if we're trying to save resources for Black people. It don't. It just say based off race, racist. If you make a decision based off race, is it racist? It's just a specific scenario that you got emotionally attached to. Is sharing resources. Is not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not Black racists. You died on that. Trying to feel a way about white people. Your religion, your belief, your Garveyism, your Bible. You died defending your God. Thinking that sharing resources with white people is so horrible because of what we've been through, that not sharing resources with white people hypothetically simply based off race is not racist. You died, bro.
Not favoritism, right? And then making sure you share it with people who need it, right? And who deserve it, or you know what I'm saying, or you have made a conscious decision that it makes sense for you to share a resource with someone, right? You still have to add all that to the title. We didn't have any of that in the title. Right now,
you should have added that to the title. That's not my job. You should have added that to the title. But you said the only decision we need to, the only basis we need to, only information we need to know to make our decision is what is their race. And that makes that action racist. So yeah, right now you kind of counseling yourself. You should have bargained for a better title. You didn't. You locked it in for $500 and died as a cartoon.
Just have a Black person who has resources and not sharing it because there are no other Black people to share it with.
And didn't say because there are no other Black people to share with. That has nothing to do with the topic. You did it again. You fucking did it again. I really hope you get a 0 for this round. A 1 for showing up. I do. Because any points that you earned, you lost by making erroneous claims. Selling lies. I never showed the history. I didn't AI this slide. I didn't shoehorn simply. I wasn't being tricky with the title. You had like 6, 7 goddamn slurish lies.
And that's not racist. That is conscious racial allocation. Conscious racial resource allocation.
Time.
Yeah.
Gang with all that goddamn goofy ass.
Suave boss, are you ready for your round 2? Your mic is muted.
Yes, I am. Black Power. Let's go.
Time starts. Hold on, let me get your screen share.
Let's go.
Hold on. You need a screen share?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it?
Yep. Time starts when you start.
Okay, bet. Started now. So you asked, how did we get here? What's the context behind it? This is the context behind it.
Like when?
Huh?
Like when?
Like when controlling resources.
That's not racist.
Controlling resources is not racist.
If we're doing it to make sure we all right, that's not being racist. That's making sure our people is all right.
Bad. If we're doing it specifically to make sure all of these resources go toward Black people, that's not racist.
No.
Now, what I was playing the video, but it was taking too long to get to the part that I showed y'all earlier. Cold. But I showed you that the way that he said we set the title up is not how it happened. That disproved that. So that lie about me shoehorning simply, being tricky with the title, jumping on the saying, oh, which he said in his debate. That was his claim. I showed you that wasn't what happened. Okay. And so the context of that was that's how we got to this title. And I said, well, is Black people holding resources from white people simply because they're not Black? He said yes. Right? So he took it from the context of, oh, for our protection. No, simply because they not Black. Oh, for our president. No, simply because they're not Black. That's racist. Now, I wish he had more of his presentation to present. Most of his presentation was my presentation, and some random presentation off of YouTube. But he quickly threw this up here, which was 6 slides, and when he could have spread that out and had more slides for himself, but he didn't. It's in very small writing, which I don't think Pan's stupid at all, by far. The problem was excuse me. The problem was he was using gal. Now, speculating, right? But just thinking that he's not so dumb to be this unprepared. I'm thinking he just didn't respect me, and he didn't respect this league. He didn't respect the judges. That he thought he could just come in here and just be him and just Mayweather this shit. So when he shows a slide like this, in order for me to rebut this, I have to pause the video, screenshot it, crop it 6 times, blow each image up, see what it says. But I don't. I get the roundabout point while he's showing this shit. He's showing Black people are disproportionate economically today. Cool. Nothing to do with the debate. If you wanted to debate, should Black people share resources with white people today? Cool. I wouldn't have took that. I would have said, no, we shouldn't. We should be racist and hoard our resources for our race. But what it's showing is the business access, the medical debt, the ownership, the home ownership, median net worth, liquid assets, and home equality. Of I don't even care to show y'all my rebuttal because I did my work, right? But I want to get to the gal. Make sure y'all, if y'all ain't seen the debate, go back and watch it anyway. See it. I want to get back to his bullshit. Now watch his after running out. Listen, after using the first 2 minutes of his time to bullshit me, bullshit y'all by making false claims about me, showing my slides, making most false claims about me. After his first round, having 3 minutes and 15 seconds of information, and then him rambling.
Oh, this showed my slide. Said I was talking.
Watch this.
Oh yeah, can you hear me? Check 1, check 70.
And I know he did because he the type that y'all to always act like it's okay. Oh, my hand got cut off? It's okay. I'm a cartoon. No, you just died. Let's go.
Van Helsing, it's on you.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me? Check 1, check 70.
Microphone is working. Timer is
Boom.
reset. Time starts when you start.
He said he ready. Is he ready? Oh,
Excellent. So
yeah,
the brother showed my slide. Said I was talking about black resources and didn't identify what black resources was. Then showed the next slide where I pointed out what black resources was, specifically in Chicago, Baltimore, Miami, etc. We could see that.
And he wants you to think that. Now, do what you will with this information. But showing black people owning things individually is not showing resources that go toward healing black people, fixing black people. You can't say, okay, well, black people agreed to sell all of these black owned homes to open a business. No, these are individual resources. It's just these stats and charts are based off race. But that don't mean that these are resources that are devoted to that race. If I had to keep this information in another thing, but yeah,
A home ownership, a house is a resource that a black person has. You know what I'm saying? That's a black resource, right?
that a black person has. Black people could not agree to sell that home to do nothing with black people. Now you can individually say, you know what, I'm gonna sell my home and buy some food and give it out to the homeless. Or I'm gonna sell my large home and buy two homes for two smaller homes for two black people, two black families. Yeah. But black resources based off nationality, okay.
Liquid assets, we could break down what those would be, right? Home equity, business assets.
You should have did that. You could at least did that, even though you would have been off topic. You're just beating a dead horse. You need to be talking about how making this decision not to share based off race alone is not racist. No,
business owners
you're trying to convince people that we should allocate our resources for us to combat white supremacy. Yeah, that's not the topic. That's the emotional string you said you were trying to avoid.
Throughout the country, right? So, I mean, I'm not sure what he was talking about. He literally was showing this while saying I wasn't showing, right? Let's see here. I showed this because these things right here are resources that are specific for white people around the country. Now, the question is, we know that there are.
And he lied. These resources here are for white people strictly. Listen, he said strictly.
Let's see here. I showed this because these things right here are resources that are specific for white people around the country.
Specifically, sorry, not strictly, specifically for white people around the country. If a black French American walked in the French American Foundation and was denied resources because he was black, he would own that motherfucker. If a black Jewish person walked up in the American Jewish Medical Association and couldn't get, he said medical association. What the fuck? If a black Jewish person was refused help at that Jewish medical facility because he was black, he'd have a lawsuit. If a black German American walked up in the German American Business Association and was denied resources because he was black, he could sue because it's racist. So you lied. These are not organizations that are specifically for white people. They're specifically for French Americans, American Jews, German Americans, Irish Americans, Italian Americans, and I can even tell the other two motherfuckers that don't care on focusing on this shit that bad. You're a coward.
Now, the question is, we know that there are things that are just like this for black people. Would you say that those are racist? And I think he would, because he just said something crazy. He said the statement.
He said, and we know that there are things like that for black people. Show that shit.
The question is, we know that there are things that are just like this for black people. Would you say that those are racist? And I think he would, because he just said something crazy. He said the statement saying, I love black women is racist. So that lets you.
This nigga went to this slide and brought up the I love black women statement.
Know how skewed my bro's view is right now.
It said my view is skewed. Ad hoc. I'm winning this debate because he said black women. His views is skewed. That's an ad hoc. Where's your information about my information?
Now, this screenshot right here that you see on the screen, it had the source in it before he cut it. So that's the disingenuous business that he just did. What I said was,
and I admit it wasn't disingenuous. It was just I clipped it and blew it up and cropped it because I didn't get the point of why he brought it up. I didn't hear him say this is his slide that he took from here, put it in the AI generator and came out. This is the slide he took from here, put it in the AI generator and got the slide he showed without sourcing and acting like it was his own. I didn't see that was his claim. So at that time, the channel wasn't important. I just was like, yo, he just threw some shit together. Because I wasn't looking at it like, because you can use shit for videos.
he got his whole presentation from.
He said, I got my whole presentation. I got the definition of simply from this YouTube video. I got the definition of races, and like, come on, man. I showed the law form. I showed my sources. Why would you say I got my whole presentation, man? I don't even know this channel. And the channel that I got my stuff from, I just used the illustrations to support the book. But maybe this video had the same information with different illustrations. But what you said is a fallacy and it's a lie. I never took anything and put it in the AI generator and did nothing.
From this YouTube video that I screenshotted this particular part from.
Now listen, I want y'all to hear this because this right here cut deep. This right here cut deep to me. This right here is bigger than debating. What are you about to say? How many people in here? The twos and fews in here? Nation. Listen to what he says.
I didn't care about nothing that's on this particular slide that he spent so much time on, right? This is the slide he took from that YouTube video, put into AI, and it came back out and gave him this joint.
Listen to his claim. He said, I took this from this video, put it in the AI, and came out with this. But listen to what he says, how he found that out.
On this particular slide that he spent so much time on, right? This is the slide he took from that YouTube video, put into AI, and it came back out and gave him this joint. You feel me? From Psychology Bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this. So boom. And it's not about in-group.
Did y'all hear that? Did the people still in attendance hear that? Nah. I've been in these back chats recently since I joined this debate league on the Facebook back chats, right? And I know that the people that I'm in the group with, they got groups by themselves. But listen to what he just said.
AI, and it came back out and gave him this joint. You feel me? From Psychology Bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew.
See, we was watching this video earlier. Who? So you and other people were watching this video earlier. And you knew what?
This joint, you feel me? From Psychology Bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this. So boom.
And see, we knew the video early and knew he was about to go with this. Who is we? Okay, let's say you and somebody in proximity to you, somebody that lives with you. Oh, me and my guys was watching this video early and knew he was going. That wouldn't make sense. Your guys don't give a fuck about this debate. So obviously we were people in a group chat from Facebook. Who is we? Now I'm in a few groups with you, was in a few groups with you. And was it the Titans? Was it the Titan Muscle? Who was we? So I'm led to believe that you and the Barbarians were working together on this debate. And y'all came across that video and said, this is what he's going to go with. That's what you just admitted to. We were watching this video earlier and knew he was going to go with this. Now, what's so stupid is all of y'all dumb because you showed the wrong slide. Your claim is that y'all watched this video.
Put into a particular part from.
Your claim is that y'all watched this video and knew I was going to go with this information. And I took this image in the AI and came up with this image. But what you did admit is that people that I was in proximity to, who I was open to talking about the debate with, was working with you to beat me. All while playing cool. Okay.
Earlier and knew he was about to go with this. So boom. And you see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this from Psychology Bites. Put into AI and it came back out and gave him this joint. You feel me? From Psychology Bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this from Psychology Bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this. So Psychology Bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this. So boom. And it's not about in-group favoritism. It's about Black resources are for Black people, just like white resources are for white people. Exclusion or keeping from is not what we're talking about here, right?
He's still going back through the same bullshit slides he had in the beginning, in his first round. This is second 12-minute round. This is second 12-minute round, and he's still showing my slides, his slides from the first round, and rambling.
Basically, what we're saying is that someone is, like I said, it's not an action, right? We have a resource, and there's a decision to not share, right? We're not volunteering, and somebody asked, that's a whole scenario that's not in the title. He keep trying to put other stuff into it. That's not what we're talking about. Exclusion and keeping from is not what we're talking about. And that's not the same thing as not sharing. Also, the other thing I wanted to say, I can't remember what it was. We'll get to that in a minute.
I can't remember.
All right, so let's get to my actual debate.
Now listen to what the fuck he just said. Now, how many seconds was that into his round? How many seconds was that into his round? Hold on. Let's go back forward. Okay. So I'm going to say 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay. A minute 30. A minute and 30 seconds going through that shit. And then guess what he does? After making his live acclaim.
Are for Black people.
And admitting that him and we admitting that we were watching this video early and knew this is what he was going to go with. So yeah, you blew your cover.
It's about
the cover that everybody already knows. The cover I wasn't stupid about. I knew it when we was talking and people would interfere with me strangling your ass in the back chat. I'm like, damn, let them, like, okay, all right, that's why, yeah, all right.
Black resources are for Black people, just like white resources are for white people. Exclusion or keeping from is not what we're talking about here, right? Basically,
yes, we are. Not sharing is exclusion. Your resources are exclusive. Your resources are exclusive to a race, excluding everyone else based off of race that's racist. You're dead.
What we're saying is that someone is, like I said, it's not an action, right? We have a resource and there's a decision to not share, right? We're not volunteering and somebody asked,
and that decision is racist. And that action is racist. And that mentality is racist with your sourceless definition.
That's a whole scenario that's not in the title. He keep trying to put other stuff into it. That's not what we're talking about. Exclusion and keeping from is not what we're talking about. And that's not the same thing as not sharing. Also, the other thing I wanted to say.
And I believe that these are points that he's been sent all during the last round. They tried to clarify. No, not that video. another video, but he didn't get what they was trying to say, and so he stuck with the AI thing. Oh, this is the AI. No, okay. And then as he's flicking back and forth through his own stuff, he's getting these points and he's just throwing them out there.
That's not what we're talking about.
We're not talking about exploding.
Exclusion and keeping from is not what we're talking about. And that's not the same thing as not sharing. Also, the other thing I wanted to say, I can't remember what it was. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, so let's get to my actual debate because he didn't.
So now in the second round, we had the opening, the first round, the second round. In the second round, after 2 minutes, let's get to my actual debate, is what he told the world. After the rebuttal, after my rebuttal, let's get to his actual debate. Purposely, even though you ran out of slides with 5 minutes and 50 seconds left and was told it at 5 minutes and 45 seconds left, which forced you to just go back over my slideshow information, the same stuff you've been showing for 2 minutes in your second round before we get into your actual debate. You actually said that? You actually said in the second round, which is supposed to be primarily a rebuttal, let's get to my actual debate. So you purposely, I can't even say you purposely. This is what I really think happened. I really think that somebody else threw together a presentation from the beginning of this debate to now and sent it to him. And he's finna try to freestyle that presentation. Because if he had this information, he would have saved his life dying in the first round with 6 minutes left. There's no way he would have ran out of slides in the first round at 5:45 left on the table. Laugh, go back over my slides, freestyle and preach, make slurs, false allegations and lies without going into this bag and saying, oh no, I got information. Now watch this.
Didn't even have a second round. Get to that, and it's not sharing. Also, the other thing I wanted to say, I can't remember what it was. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, so let's get to my actual debate because he didn't even have a second round.
Let's get to my actual debate because he didn't even have a second round. My second round was used eloquently to debunk your whole bullshit premise.
Get to that in a minute. All right, so let's get to my actual debate because I can't remember what it was. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, so let's get to my actual debate because he didn't even have a second round. I can't remember what it was. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, so let's get to my actual debate because he didn't even have a second round. Crazy work.
Presentation. If you want to shoot movies and short skits, go do that. But this not getting you points. Show that. Now watch this.
In a world where the racial wealth gap is ever growing and racism is high, depends on Black Resources Incorporated.
Are you fucking serious? Like you didn't come and leave a minute on the clock in the opening? Like you didn't come and leave 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock in the fucking premise? Like you didn't go back over my information in your slides and ramble and lie and throw slurs all the way into your second round? You gonna come out with this? Like this will win the debate. Presentation. I will get 10 points for presentation. No. It's not even uniform with the first part of your debate, which was yellow and pink. Now, all of a sudden, introducing Black Resources Inc., managing community assets since Reconstruction. No.
managing community assets since Reconstruction. Black Resources Incorporated is race-conscious allocation by prioritizing investment in.
All of a sudden, oh, my bad. All of a sudden, we got Black Resources Inc. in small print. All of a sudden, after running out of time, out of slides with 5 minutes and 45 seconds left, now all of a sudden, this. So either one of few things happen. He either purposely skimmed on the first round so that my rebuttal wouldn't have no meat, and then tried to trauma dump all his information in the second round, or he didn't prepare fucking all, took it not seriously, and was sent this presentation during this debate and tried to freestyle it, or the combination of all three. He wasn't really prepared. He had two presentations, the one with the yellow and the pink and the stick figures, and then he had this one, which was more serious, and he decided to go with the first one, and then he had to run to this, and people sent him information, which he threw in here. Yeah. But none of this says that this man can't prepare for an opening, the premise, a rebuttal, and a closing. None of this. But after running out of slides with almost half the round to go, this Tyler Perry movie, with this poorly composed information, people, please blow your slides up. He could have took this quote right here. This was 3 slides from Black resources down to domination or exclusion. 1 slide. From a community center resource management all the way down to shareholders. That's another slide. The points you have on the side, strategic, historical, that's a 3rd slide. Why you talking your shit? But you threw this shit on here and made us what? Look for our glasses? Pause the screen and blow it up? Screenshot it and crop it? What did you want us to do? How hard do you want us to fucking work to get this information in what is supposed to be defined as a presentation? If it's a presentation, fucking present it to us. Don't send us on no goddamn Gulliver's Travels, no goddamn what was this shit done? Treasures, what was that shit with Nicholas? This nigga, this shit is like motherfucking goddamn. Damn. A Rubik's Cube. Like, we gotta really go through some Tomb Raider shit to get your information. It's supposed to be presented to us. Easily consumed. It's trash. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing on this screen.
Into communities and shareholders, right? Historically excluded from full participation in economic institutional systems. The company's intimate and expressive allocation model focuses on restoration, preservation, and internal stabilization. This
nigga took time to introduce you to a fictitious corporation.
Strategic, restorative, and protective plan that works for everybody. So I'm gonna give you an example of how this wouldn't be racist. And
he's smoking. Now this is where I get fucked up at. How he allowed to smoke, but I get points taken if I smoke? Because this is Pan. He tells us this is him. This is the only evidence we have of his presence. And he's smoking. Big cloud.
You funny. I just realized.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I'm like, does he hear him inhaling? Like, what is he talking about? So I came back.
Yeah, dog. Like, he don't got to cut his camera on. I cut my camera on. But he gets to smoke and I don't.
You is funny, man.
And I really need it. Okay. And so after running out of time, out of slides, 5 minutes and 45 seconds left, rambling for 2 minutes and a second, he comes with 9 ways that this is not racist. All of a fucking sudden. Poorly constructed. Okay, now let's try to fucking force with what? 10 minutes, 9 minutes and some seconds. Let's try to force 9 fucking points down the judge's throat. When you had time to do that. But you know you would have been off topic the whole goddamn time. So let's waste the judge's time saying black people are poorer than white people and we should keep our resources to combat racism, which is not the topic.
We're going to do 9 different
That's
ways.
a big ass cloud.
Giving you the business model. That is the schematic.
Look at the font. What does that say? Okay.
The word simply omits required elements found in many definitions, including some he had earlier, right? Like,
including some I had earlier, not him. Man, where the fuck is your definition of simply at, fam? Simply because they're not black omits required elements found in many definitions of racism, including the one he showed earlier. That's a claim. I don't. And so what? So what if simply because they are black? Damn, this is AI. Okay, so simply because they are not black omits required elements found in many definitions of racism to do what? To be racist. You died. You cut that part out. Simply omits the required elements found in definition of racism. When you say simply, it omits hatred, antagonism, superiority, inferiority, oppression, domination, hierarchy, systematic enforcement, and bias, which was my premise. Simply because they are not black omits the required elements found in definitions of racism that you showed that say it got to be harmful or it got to be hateful or it got to be antagonistic. You die, fam.
Like hatred, antagonism. He tried to put exclusion in there. Exclusion would be in there, but
listen, he tried to put exclusion in there. It would fit in there. You right. I put it in there. It fit in there.
That's not what we're talking about.
That's what
we have resources, and we did nobody came to ask us for them or anything. So we didn't exclude anybody from anything. And black resources are for black people. Simply means only. That's the only reason.
Facts. Only because they're not black. Not because they have resources in organizations. Not because of systematic oppression. Not because we are the last at the bottom and the first at the bottom. Only because they're not black. And I didn't even notice he put, brother, why is Al Lee in the corner of this man's presentation? Nigga, you busted, nigga.
What the heck? I didn't even notice that.
That's why you and Al Lee being so close and been agreeing. And that's why that nigga been at me. That makes so much fucking sense. Al Lee sent you a presentation.
Wait a mother. What the?
And said, shh.
You is funny, man. That's his natural avatar, but you is hilarious. First Pan was smoking. Now he's saying shh.
Was Pan not smoking?
You ain't lied yet, man. I'm just saying.
All right. And now Al Lee is in the corner saying, shh. Bro, this was the championship in the first year of the Titans debate league on the Coliseum of Arguments. And you came with this.
But why is Only in the... I mean, did he do that just because of the Only? I'm confused. How did Only get in the corner?
Because that's his template for his slide. And he forgot to take that out, and he forgot to even notice it. Because he's rushing. He's rushing to get through that. He know he fucked up. He's panicking. He didn't even notice the shit. Ali is throwing the presentation together and forgot to take him out the corner.
This got to be just like a joke or something. Because maybe it's in reference to the Only, I'm gonna assume.
I would somehow Only means Ali, but I would like to think that Pam was not that desperate either. Trust me.
Yeah, I don't think Pam would
Did
take
you
advice
see
from
the part? Did you see the part where I played when he said we was watching this earlier and we knew you were gonna go with this? Did you see that part?
who said that? Oh
Oh,
no, Pam said that. No, I didn't.
Okay. Let me
Yeah,
take it back.
I missed that. I left for like 15 minutes.
My man, let me take it back. Watch this.
See what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this.
What?
Psychology bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this. From Psychology Bites. You see what I'm saying? We was watching the video earlier and knew he was about to go with this.
So who is we?
How did you make that joint replay like that?
He said that shit during the debate, admitting him and some other people who is we is working to beat me. And now here's Ali in the corner of his presentation. So just know you got your ass whooped again too, fam. Yeah. Okay, so you threw him in the corner as a joke. I'm gonna go with that. Ali didn't sit you. He didn't send you a presentation. You threw him in the corner as a joke. Okay, because for some reason he's supposed to what? But real talk, what's telling me is that he fucked up and missed one of those slides and didn't take him out. He didn't take him out the slide. Y'all worked on this motherfucking presentation together, and he fucked up and missed one of them slides with him saying shh in the corner.
Or anything. So we didn't exclude anybody.
Or y'all thought we was stupid as shit.
Anybody from anything. And black resources are for black people. Simply means only. That's the only reason, meaning you need something else, and exclusion.
And I believe that's what it was, because he only popped up after the animation. And you got to click the screen for the animate to progress through the slide. You click on the slide, it's going to show the primary. You click on it again, it's going to show the animation. Now, with that animation popping up, Ali came in the corner when that animation popped up. So he could have caught off slipping like that. I don't know.
You're right. But what we're doing is not talking about exclusion here.
But notice he didn't mention Ali. Notice that he didn't say, and shout out to Ali who whooped your ass in the first debate or anything. He ignored that Ali was in the corner. And now here go a bunch of, listen, bro, I don't watch a lot of Ali streams, but here goes some Ali looking composed information. What am I supposed to do with this? What is the size of fucking projector I'm supposed to watch this on to receive your presentation? What a poor way to present a presentation. How many words you gonna fit in the screen and how small of a font? All right, man.
Right? He said definitions. Now, I saw in his definition, he had Cambridge University, right? And it said definition anybody from anything. And black resources are for black people. Simply means only. That's the only reason, meaning you need something else. And exclusion, you're right. But what we're doing is not talking about exclusion here, right? He said definitions. Now, I saw in his definition, he had Cambridge University, right? And it said in his definition as well, but I already had this in my presentation, harmful things that people say or do based on the belief that their own race makes them more intelligent and good or moral. That's racism based in Cambridge Dictionary. You can go look that up. The belief that some races are better than others is Cambridge Dictionary. Okay. Systematic oppression is Merriam-Webster. Prejudice, violence against the people because of their race is Merriam-Webster. Okay. All of these have something extra, superiority over others from Institute of Race Relations. Cornell got incitation of discrimination. Okay. We got Oxford, prejudice, discrimination.
Hey, weren't you there, bro?
I'm here.
All
What
right.
I just missed?
Nothing. You didn't.
What you was checking
Just
on
the
me for?
poorly compiled definitions. He threw a bunch of definitions in small. Him or Ali threw a whole bunch of definitions compiled. Okay.
You gonna keep running with the Ali?
Yeah, but not
They
talking.
gonna be mad at you, man.
Was Ali in that corner? Ali was in that corner, and he
Ali
didn't
was
even
in the
acknowledge him.
corner, man.
He ignored him. He ignored the elephant in the room. You've been talking about the elephant in the room. That was the elephant in the room. Why is Ali in the corner of your slide? And you didn't even mention Ali. Okay, so
That is weird
Now,
because I don't think he would take advice from Ali and let him insert anything into his debate. But I also don't think he would put him in as a funny joke and not
not
bring
mention
it up because that's his thing. He does stuff like that, but he highlights it though. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
when him and Ali get cool. Okay, and then this is what I'll say. Like real talk. Pan, the atheist, and Ali is cool for him to put him in this presentation. That's who you're gonna bring is somebody credible. Okay, and then, and not saying too much, but the way that shit was delivered to you from a specific person to get you in a certain disposition toward the person they was talking about, I'm gonna leave it alone. All right.
Ali should have helped him with his
Nation.
damn first round slides.
He should have.
Racism is a marriage of racist policies, race prejudice and social institute, all these different race. He cherry picked like 3 or 4 different definitions from somewhere that supported the state.
This nigga said cherry picked. He said, listen, he said in the debate, I cherry picked 3 or 4 definitions that fit my premise. Nigga, what the fuck am I supposed to come in and do? Cherry pick 3 or 4 definitions that don't fit it? I didn't just find one definition that fit my premise. I found 4, 5. That means my shit is highly supported. And you want people to think that it's a bad thing? I actually came with definitions. You didn't even come with no definitions. And then when you threw definitions up there, you just wanted us to take your word for it because they were so small. And it was copied and pasted, which let me know this was sent to you because you don't copy and paste, which you admit later in this fam. You admit later in this debate, this your first time doing it. You caught. You caught.
Wait. What did you catch him doing?
You got a ghostwriter. Listen, bro, this presentation was sent to him because I told him.
How do you figure that?
Listen, I said, I screenshotted my definitions. Why did you copy and paste your definitions? And he said, for no reason, he said, I'm not going to lie. I usually screenshot my definitions, but for this debate, I decided to do something different. That's a lie. The way he said it, it set something off in me. And what it set off in me is that, nigga, you didn't do this. They didn't have the time to screenshot each definition and send it to you, so they just copied and pasted and threw it at you. And you did something you don't usually do. This is you're not finna try something new in the championship for $500. You're not gonna break what got you here over Suave for $500. This presentation is not your style. This is a skeleton of an Ali presentation. Because this how he make his shit, but he's gonna then work on it further. But he had to throw this shit together for you. That's my motherfucking narrative.
That's
and I want
your narrative. And the host doesn't support any of these narratives. I'm just here so he can stream. I don't know what's going on. He didn't run the script by me. And both of these gentlemen's credit, both of their slides are usually better than this. I don't know whose work this is. Oli's ish be way better than this, even if he was slapping something together.
That's why I said
so do Pans. I'm confused. Actually.
I would say this is the Oli skeleton.
What is the BR for? What's the BR about? I don't get it.
That's the Black Resource Incorporation that he introduced. Like instead of giving information, he did this. Okay, listen. After going back through, this is second round. After going back through these slides, reestablishing that these non-white organizations, these mixed organizations, are white resources. Because if a Black French American walked in the French American Foundation and didn't get resources, he could sue. If a Black Italian walked into the National Italian American Foundation and didn't get resources, he could sue. These are not exclusive to white, but he presented them as exclusive to white. He went back into it in the second round. And then listen,
in the title. He keep trying to put other stuff into it. That's not what we're talking about. Exclusion and keeping from is not what we're talking about. And that's not the same thing as not sharing. Also, the other thing I wanted to say, I can't remember what it was. We'll get to that in a minute.
Oh, I can't remember what it was. Now watch this.
All right, so let's get to my actual debate because he didn't even have.
Let's get to my actual debate. In the second round, after 2 minutes of going back through the pink and yellow slides he had, he finally gets sent something.
Second round. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, so let's get to my actual debate because he didn't even have a second round. I can't remember what it was. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, so let's get to my actual debate because he didn't even.
Let's get to my actual debate in the second round. You finally, after my rebuttal, let's get to your actual debate.
Have a second round. Crazy work.
He did this instead of showing information like he didn't bullshit in the first round.
In a world where the racial wealth gap is ever growing and racism is high, depends on Black Resources Incorporated, managing community assets since Reconstruction. Black Resources Incorporated is race-conscious allocation by prioritizing investment into communities and shareholders, right? Historically excluded from full participation in economic institutional systems. The company's intimate and expressive allocation model focuses on restoration, preservation, and internal stabilization. It's a strategic, restorative, and protective plan that works for everybody. So I'm gonna give you an example of how this wouldn't be racist. And we're gonna do 9 different ways. Giving you the business model. That is the schematic.
He introduced a fictitious corporation. The nigga scamming. Okay, I ain't gonna take it that far. But the aesthetic, after running out of slides with half your time left in the first, going into the same information in your second, and all of a sudden you have Black Resources Incorporation, a business dedicated to allocating resources for Black people. A bunch of shit that don't got nothing to do with the debate. And then kills itself on this slide.
The word simply omits required elements found in many definitions, including some he had.
He killed himself. The word simply omits required elements found in many definitions of racism, including the one I had. So that means when you add simply, it omits the requirement for hatred or antagonism because you're simply basing it off of race. He died. His first slide that Owly sent him killed him.
Earlier, right? Like hatred, antagonism. He tried to put exclusion in there. Exclusion would be in there, but that's not what we're talking about.
He tried to put exclusion in there, pulls out a dagger, stabs himself, and says, exclusion would be in there, but that's not what we're talking about. How? And that's what the fuck I was talking about. Isn't exclusion not sharing? If you're not sharing, I mean it's exclusive to you and excluding everyone else. You died. You're disemboweling yourself in front of the world.
We have resources, and we just know why you can't die for Black people. From
poorly compiled information.
Judgment.
Poorly compiled information. And all of a sudden, he got a presentation.
These are the consensus definitions. There's 13 of them, and the sources are there for the judges. He went to structural, interpersonal, institutional, and individual.
GDN Capone. What is Owly's colors? Thank you, bro. Can I put that on the screen? What is Owly's colors? Can I put that on the screen? Ooh, is that showing? Blue and yellow, blue and yellow, blue and yellow. Shout out to Owly, the blue and yellow owl. The blue and yellow owl. Hey, fam. Hey, fam. Hey, fam. Hey, fam. Give me my $500. Give me my Give my $500, fam. Blue and yellow. It's Owlie's colors. Shout out to my folks from out the city, nigga. Big Six holding it down. Blue and yellow. Palm face. Why does someone who has a yellow and pink presentation in the first round have a blue and yellow presentation with Owlie in the corner in the second round? Y'all got to stop playing with, hey, listen, fam. The black woman is God. Power to the six. Power to the six, nigga.
Visual racism. But you see that you need prejudgment, bias, discrimination based on the race, not just identifying the race. Again, another source, when a person's conscious or subconscious racial bias influences them, that's not a part of our title at all. Implicit bias, again, that's what the bias was in this back slide here. You need implicit bias. There's no stereotyping involved in what we're talking about. There's no confirmation bias in what we're talking about. And there's no nonverbal behavior, right? There's no body language, facial expressions, tone of voice, because at this point, he has not presented a scenario where any of that would be involved. We just have a black person with resources that didn't just.
You hear me, A1?
I had dropped off and just came back up.
Do you see the comment on the screen?
Blue and yellow.
Palm face.
You got these people running with this conspiracy, man.
Bro, is not Owlie colors blue and yellow?
Oh my God, man.
Look, let's go back to the slide. Is he not a blue and yellow owl?
Oh, man. But what does that prove?
That's his. That's his template.
Only.
That's his template. He got one blue eye, the yellow eye. His whole template. People been watching his streams. He the blue and yellow god.
Oh,
and all of a sudden, Pan got a blue and yellow slide with Owlie in the corner. His whole presentation. The person that had a yellow and pink presentation in the first round, and all of a sudden got a Owlie-like template in the second with Owlie in the corner.
Why put the BR down there, though? I'm just confused. I know what it's for, but if he didn't just screenshot this from them, like, why take their logo, put it in the corner?
Nah,
or is he continuing to want us to know that this is where the information came from?
Nah, bro. It's bigger than rap, my nigga. We were watching the video in the back. We knew this is what he was going to go with, is what he said. You don't think we helped him with his presentation? And with what we just tried to pull earlier with that little bit of exchange that me and the other party we had, yeah, I ain't going. Like, it's like finding an empty rubber in my girl car. Nigga, you hit. You hit. The blue and yellow template with Owlie in the corner. All of a sudden, you goddamn right Owlie sent you this on the fly. Hell yeah, Owlie sent you this shit on the fly with his good AI and ass. All right.
Hey, you've been coming up with in the last 48 hours, you've had a lot of wild theories, so I'm not just running with this.
I'm not even going to. My narrative I gave to Owlie in the back chat with you, fictitious.
I love you. I love how intuitive you are, because that's what I was talking about.
I would never take Owlie serious. So that's how you deliver it. Anybody in the sound of my voice, if someone have a conversation with you about me, call me. It's gonna always fucking make sense. I don't give a fuck about that nigga. Yeah. And so in my eyes, I'm giving him a more valuable position, even acting like you were the key to going through that wicked ass door. Do with it as you will. But I'm not. I know who Owlie is a character. So I have a character to stay relevant in the WWE world. But I guarantee you, nigga, when I come to the finals for $500, I'm Charles Wall, my mama's son, my daddy's son. I'm nobody's avatar. I'm cutting my motherfucking camera on and I'm beating your ass. I'm not running out of slides with 6 minutes left. I'm not coming back with a whole nother template that just is coincidentally the same template as the person in the corner of your shit without you mentioning them. I know when my girls smell like condom. I don't need no more information. Bitch, you fucking. You got Owly in the corner of your slide with a blue and yet like this the whole Owly template. The word the inability to screenshot but copy and paste. But Owly would have made this larger. If he had time, he would have took one and put it in a different slide. But he got to hurry up and feed this shit to this nigga. He running out of time. All right.
Citation
all
and
right.
discrimination. Okay. We got Oxford, prejudice, discrimination, racism is
Nah,
inherent in racist
hold
policies.
on. Nah, that don't make no sense. You saying he created most of the first round and most of the second round live in action? These niggas is good.
I'm saying that Pan came unprepared, put together some stuff the day of, added my presentation during my presentation, ran out of slides in his first round, got fed information in between that and his second round, which he didn't do nothing but express verbally. He didn't have no visual slides for it, but he was just going back through. He was just displaying his first round while saying those points that he's getting sent. All right. And then he gets sent a presentation from someone who's overly fucking engaging with me lately. And it's like, yeah, I forgot about you. Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, yes, bro. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to play with nobody else's intellect. I'm not going to play with nobody intellect, bro. If I see it and I'm deranged and I'm crazy, I hope the people close to me that dearly love me check me. But if I'm fucking not, if I'm really sitting up here looking at a yellow and blue base with Owly in the corner without being mentioned. All right. No. Listen, let me get through this.
Prejudice and social institutions.
I just think he would have kept it. If he was gonna do it like that, I just think he would have kept it in house because it's too risky to start fucking with new people. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know if new niggas gonna snitch. You don't take no new nigga on the drill. You feel me? I don't know. I don't see Pan doing that. But hey, man, I don't gotta defend him. I'm gonna let you do your show, my
desperate times call. Desperate times call for desperate measures. When a motherfucker is on your ass, but he ain't on the drill, he getting drilled. And Owly come out the gangway and say, "Here go a Draco," and start busting too. You think he gonna say, "Damn, this nigga might, if we win, this nigga might snitch on me"? No, he gonna grab that Draco and start shooting. And that's what he did. He grabbed this blue and yellow Draco and started rambling off this small print. That's why he don't even got control of the information. He can't even go through it. We all know you got 2 weeks to prepare the championship, $500. You're paying. You're going to have control of your information. All this shit is new to you. You reading this shit just like my slides. You reading the first part of it and then you freestyling. You're not even walking this information down, nigga. This shit just popped up. All right, though.
For the judges. He went to structural, interpersonal, institutional, and individual race.
Yes. What is the source of this slide? Forms of racism. What is the source of this slide? He just got fed this shit. This the same. All right.
Racism. But you see that you need prejudgment, bias, discrimination based on the race, not just identifying the race. Again, another source. When a person's conscious or subconscious racial bias influences them, that's not a part of our title at all. Implicit bias. Again, that's what the bias was in this back slide here. You need implicit bias. There's no implicit racial bias.
It was several. He said implicit bias. That's what this slide was right here. No, it wasn't. Look.
A part of our title at all. Implicit bias. Again, that's what the bias was in this back slide here.
What do you see implicit bias back at? It says internalized racism, interpersonal racism, which both support my argument. Then it says structural racism and institutional racism. When does it say implicit bias? He don't have control of this information. This ain't his shit.
You need implicit bias. There's no stereotyping involved in what we're talking about. There's no.
You need implicit bias. There's no stereotyping in Tatter. Like, he's freestyling, bro.
Confirmation bias in what we're talking about. And there's no nonverbal.
He just read the first bold phrase in each part. He didn't say stereotyping bias. Implicit bias can lead to the automatic association of certain group. No, he just said stereotyping. There's no stereotyping. There's no confirmation bias.
Behavior, right? There's no body language implicit bias. There's no stereotyping involved in what we're talking about. There's no confirmation bias in what we're talking about. And there's no nonverbal behavior, right? There's no body language, facial expressions, tone of voice, because at this point, he has not presented a scenario where any of that will be involved. We just have a black person with resources that didn't share with white people. You have to intentionally harm here by EBSCO. Check.
You have to intentionally harm here by EBSCO. Check. Oh shit. Oh shit. It said intentionally harm or discriminate against.
You have to intentionally harm here by EBSCO. Check. The resolution contains logical errors. How are we doing on time? I feel like I'm rushing a little bit.
The resolution contains logical errors. How we're doing on time. Come on, fam.
How we doing on time?
I'm gonna get over with this shit, bro.
6 minutes, 12 seconds.
12 seconds.
I'm done. That nigga has 6 minutes and 12 seconds left of a 12-minute round. Talking about how am I doing on time? I feel like I'm rushing. Do you feel like I'm Russian? And I feel like I'm German. That nigga just read it. The resolution contains logical errors. How am I doing on time? All right, let's go.
The resolution contains logical errors. How are we doing on time? I feel like I'm rushing a little bit. How are we doing on time?
6 minutes, 12 seconds. 12 seconds.
Okay, that's good. Okay, boom. Simply because they're not black. That assumes that racial distinction equals racism, and it doesn't. You need to prove other definitional requirements, and he has not done that, even though he feel like he washed all his other definitional requirements. He showed this slide and didn't even go to it. He just went back to preaching what he was talking in the first place. You need another variable. Look, this is not his distinction. Simply because they're not black. That assumes that racial distinction equals racism, and it doesn't. You need to prove other definitional requirements, and he has not done that, even though he feel like he washed all his other business. He needs some more soap and some more water, but right now you playing it in third. Racism is usually defined structurally. He stayed away from that. That was smart. He said he stayed away from that. That was smart. It moved on. Doug, this is not his information. Right. Here we go. Systemic. Oh, wait. I told you I'm going 9 different ways. Here. I told you I'm going 9 different ways. We went from definitionally and semantically to systemically. Right. From a systemic perspective, it's considered legitimate for historically under-resourced communities, including and especially Black communities, to prioritize circulating resources amongst themselves. Right. And we see our poverty throughout time, and how people are uncertain about next year's outcome. We are at the top of that list. Again, the racial wealth gap. Fuck is he talking about, dog? Okay, all right, let's go. Is persistent and ever growing. We said that in the last one. He don't want to talk about this. He don't want to talk about this. Where did we even get this little bit of resources that we have that we now are being accused of being racist for not sharing for? Where did that even come from? Where is that source even from? What are these words you have on the side? That we now are. This nigga said being accused of being racist for not sharing for. Where did that even come from? Yeah. Right? Here again, systemically, we see the racial wealth gap is constantly growing. It was closing for a while. No, that shows the Black and white home ownership gap.
And that shows the non-existent financial resources are non-existent for Black and Hispanic households. That's Black and Hispanics. What are you doing? This ain't even what you expressing. You showing one thing and your mouth is verbalizing something else. Fam, I don't give a fuck. You caught. You and Owly. You and Owly and the Barbarians. Yeah. I believe the Barbarians is the we that we was watching this shit with. And I believe Owly threw your ass a goddamn an implosion bomb. You grabbed it and it did your dumb ass in.
Wow, but recently, and more since 2020, it's been going back up and getting wider, right? So it makes perfect and logical sense. We'll get to logically later, but systemically, it makes sense for
And every time he said we'll get to something later in this debate, he never get back to it.
Black people to prioritize Black resources for Black people, right? Black Americans own disproportionately less. He talking about what is a Black resource? Well, land ownership, wealth, home.
There's no source on this slide.
Home ownership, business ownership, venture capital, stock, those things that Black people own. Once that Black person owns it, that's a resource. That's a Black resource. And Black people waking up in the morning and not going out to find a white person to share resources with don't make them racist, right? Again, here's some more data that he don't want, but he can.
Here goes some more data that I can't go into because it's not mine, but I'm gonna make the claim that he don't want. No, I want it. No, you fucking right. I don't want it. I want the information that shows that simply because someone's not Black, it's not racist to not share resources with them. That's the information I want. Not all of this gibberish. That's not all of this gibberish. This blue and yellow bullshit. That quantum sit your ass on the fly that you freestyling through. Bro, you gotta expose, nigga. You're a dirtbag. You're a complete fucking loser. And there's no way that you could turn your fucking camera on, you piece of shit cartoon, and look us in the eyes and say, I compiled that information. Owly had nothing to do with it. I know you can't, nigga. I know you can't. After running out of information in the first, you don't think one of these deranged niggas that you in communication with didn't send you something and you threw that shit in your motherfucking lap and that shit blew up and bro. Pan. On everything I love, if you don't come out and let the world know that I'm not lying on you, clear this up. Clear this up. Let us know why Owly was in the corner of your fucking presentation. Why is your template for your presentation Owly's colors? Why is your information composed similar to Owly? Why you didn't present this information that you, if you had it in your first round, which is your premise round? If you can make any of this shit make sense, we'd appreciate that. But until then, hang your little cartoonish head in shame and don't show it nowhere else in any debate circle anywhere. Anywhere. This is an absolute disgrace. And it's disrespect to me, it's disrespect to this league, it's disrespect to the peers of this league, it's disrespect to the staff of this fucking league. That you have no benefit of doubt with me. After I saw what you were willing to do in the first round, lying on me, saying I omitted information, I doctored fucking definitions, I skipped over shit, I shoehorned simply into the title, I was tricky with the title, I AI'd a fucking, after seeing you do all that desperate shit, nigga, I know this is not beneath you. I have no ties for you. You don't got me fooled, fam.
Economically, it makes sense. for Black people to prioritize racially prioritize allocation of resources and circulate it amongst each other, right? Here's some more data. We on the bottom of every one of these charts here. Look at the purple line on the right. Okay, we on the bottom of the median household income by race. You know?
Look at the purple line on the right. Let me look at it. Let me see if I can look at it for real. I can't. I done blew this motherfucker all the way up. How is your information this poorly compiled? The letters are blurry. I can't read that shit at the bottom. I see that say Black and it got some lines in it. Yeah. Man, this ain't even about the debate. This off topic than the mug, but why is you sitting up here letting Owly? Oh man, I'm sure there's a phrase for that. Okay, all right.
And it's in every category. We're at the bottom. Credit card debt, we got the worst. You know what I mean? Student loan debt, we got the worst. You know, so economically, it makes sense. Resource
Skip over that. Like that nigga didn't ask how much time he had. He had 6 minutes left. That nigga skipped over that. He didn't even say nothing about that.
So economically, it makes
what that say? What that say? Hey, what this say, y'all? Let's see what this says. About 3% of U.S. businesses were Black or African owned in 2022. Percentage of classified U.S. employer firms and revenue by race, ethnicity, and majority owners 2022. No. You ain't getting away that easy, motherfucker.
You know what I mean? Student loan debt, we got the worst.
We got the worst. So economically, that has nothing to do with it. Okay, Black or African American. Ooh, look at the white people. They flexing. Black or African American owned business made up greatest share of firms in D.C., Maryland, and Georgia in 2022. Oh shit, doing y'all motherfucking thing. Shout out to Black people, man. We increasing that, closing up that wealth gap. Home ownership is key component of the wealth in the U.S. Oh man,
resource patterns did not emerge randomly, right? So now,
resource patterns did. Notice how he's just coming in and reading the first sentence and then moving around. Notice how he just read the first sentence, then moving around. He has no control of this.
Mention some of the history, so we don't have to get into it, right?
And this is not a rebuttal. He's introducing a shitload of new information that he doesn't have control over. Give me my money. Give me my shillings.
We know not all exclusion functions the same way, socially or historically. Notice the distinctions here. The historical function of exclusion matters, though, right? But not all exclusion functions the same way. So when we're talking about racially conscious allocation of resources, that's not even necessarily exclusion, but even if it was, it's not the same thing as what you're talking about. In the same way that white power is not the same as Black power. When you run around saying Black power, even though you might think you are being racist, Black power don't got.
Notice how he just preaching. He not going into the information. He's not going in depth on the information. He reads what's in bold letters. He's smart. He tried to go over it, but then he goes right to preaching.
Got nothing to do with hating.
He want this shit to be over with.
Other race. It don't have nothing to do with saying nothing negative to the other race or doing nothing bad to them. When in their converse, white power does. Right? Again, historically, we know that they're trying to destroy the historic gains that we have with gaining the resources that we have right now. Right?
He didn't even go into depth on that. He just showed it. This is not his information. He didn't even say, according to the GRIO, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. Lawsuits targeting Congressional Black Caucus Foundation scholarships and anti-informative. What?
Destroy the historic gain. Right? Again, historically, we know that they're trying to destroy the historic gains that we have with gaining the resources that we have right now. Right? So, did we do? Let's see here. Legally, he went to the legal. So here are legal law cases right, where they found that the intimate association is protected as an aspect of right of privacy, and is not racist. Check by law. Okay, the First Amendment protects the right to exclude based on race. Okay, and that's not even us making that decision. That's
This nigga is dying. Number one, NAACP versus Alabama 1958. In NAACP versus Alabama 1958, the court ruled that the First Amendment protected the free association rights of the NAACP and its rank and file members. The NAACP versus Buttons 1963, NAACP versus Button was important not only to the First Amendment jurisprudence, but also to the validity of public interest law firm litigation in general. Number three, Bates versus Little Rock. In Bates versus Little Rock, 1960, the court affirmed that the freedom of association finds protection within the First Amendment's free speech and assembly clause. Has nothing to do with this fucking debate. What? Why are you bothering us, Ollie? We was having a perfectly fine slaughter. And somehow you just found a way to make it worse. That is crazy. Now show me where this slide supports the argument that black people not sharing resources with white people simply because they're not black isn't racist. Show me where. Please. Because even in the exclusivity that the NAACP displays, they're basing off the injustices done, not just that white people aren't black. You gotta die.
Supreme Court. And you hear these are 5 findings here, and we'll have 6 more here, right?
These are 5 findings here, and it's a 6 more here. American law recognizes race-cautious remedies. Regents of the University of California was back. Fully Love versus Klusnick. United Steelworkers versus Weber. United Steels versus Paradise. Grutter versus Bollinger. Metro Broadcasting Inc. versus FCC. What the fuck are you talking about? American courts repeatedly recognize race-conscious remedies, restorative allocation, minority set aside, targeted institutional access. What the fuck is you talking about? Targeted institutional access does not support your information. That's just not. Wow. Do you really want us to sit up here in the title where you admit if you add anything else, you're stepping outside the context of the debate to consider economic depression, economic exclusivity? No, it's simply because they not black. Yeah, you fucked up on that title, bro. 2 minutes left. He like, man, thank God. And he an atheist. This nigga's thanking white Jesus.
2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Selective allocation is not automatically racism because intimate association, meaning sharing amongst in groups, you know what I'm saying, is not racist by law, by state, by Supreme Court law. Right?
Not getting away with that. So this motherfucker says organizations like HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, are funded by the Rockefellers, white people. Yeah. John, what's his name? H.D. Rockefeller wife started HBCUs and funded HBCUs. Do you understand what that means in your argument, brother? Oh, wow. Wow.
Racist by law, by state, by Supreme Court law.
Be this cold.
Right? Difference alone is insufficient to prove racism. Disparity alone is insufficient. So we talking about what if they don't have it? Unfortunately, that is not sufficient to prove that it's being racist.
Yes, but guess what is sufficient enough to prove racism? Making a decision based off race, solely off of race. Oh, Pan. We now know what you bleed. And you bleed weakness. You bleed cowardism. You bleed You bleed owl blood.
That I am keeping mine. Intent matters. You don't have a negative intent along with identifying the race. It's not there, right? You need to prove discriminatory intent or purpose, and specific proof of discriminatory intent is required. Again, Supreme Court rulings legally, it's sound. Socially, it's sound.
Hey, they almost that targeted allocation exists throughout society.
Society routinely accepts group focused allocation without automatically labeling it negative. Like I said, there's multiple Black only resources that's out there, like grants and things.
Yes. Veterans, hold on. Let's go back. Veterans benefits, women's shelter, tribal protection, ethnic organizations, alumni networks, immigrant bridge network, minority scholarships. What are you saying? Society routinely accepts group focus allocation, group focus, not race focus. Allocation without automatically labeling is negative, yes. And Korean is ethnic. When you focus solely on Black, solely on white, yeah, like you're stepping into like you're in the middle of racism. That's racist.
Society routinely accepts group focused allocation without automatically labeling it negative.
Shout out to you,
like I said, there's multiple Black only resources that's out there, like grant.
None of this shit got a source. Resource allocation is the process of procedures you distribute and develop resources such as time, money, personal technology, and materials to various tasks to achieve specific objectives. It ensures that resources are used efficiently and effectively in line with organizational goals. Key concept. Prioritization. Identify high impact tasks or projects to allocate resources effectively. Optimization. Ensuring resources are neither wasted, overused, nor under. That murders you. Because in the scenario where someone who is Black is overusing, underutilizing, and wasting resources versus someone who's not Black, not necessarily white, but not Black, but in the context of the debate, white, who does more with it, right? John D. Rockefeller, white resources. It would be more smart to give for Black people to donate money to John D. Rockefeller's wife, HBCUs, than to give to someone who overused and underutilized. That's Black. Do you get that? Giving money to John Rockefeller's wife, HBCUs, is more beneficial and is more logical in this pretext that you just gave than giving it to someone who's Black, who wastes, overused, and underutilized. Adaptability, adjusting resource allocation based on changing needs or circumstances. So let's see how much of this slide he reads.
And things like that. You wouldn't talk, well, he would call them racist because he thinks saying he loves a Black woman is racist, but nobody else would call that racist, right? Strategically, resource allocation makes sense. Prioritization, optimization, and adaptability. You know what I'm saying?
That nigga didn't say shit about that slide. That nigga talked about me saying I love Black women is a racist comment, and then just said prioritization, optimization, adaptability.
Makes sense. Prioritization, optimization, and adaptability. You know what I'm saying? We separate things into categories from must do to they could be eliminated. And when we deal with whether or not Black resources are for Black people or for other people, you know what I'm saying? We could put all of the other things on the list going all the way down. White people would be at the very end of that list and will not be a priority to the point that they could be eliminated from the list. And it's just strategic. It doesn't have anything to do with racism. So again, that's 9 different ways that it's not racist.
I thought he just made a fire point, but then I thought about it again. Because at first I was like, oh yeah, I didn't think about grants being allocated for Black people. But then I was like, wait, is that even Black resources though? Like grants from the government, that's white people allocate. I mean, I don't know. Would you consider that Black people allocating resources?
Mixed resources, majority white resources being allocated for Black people. And he didn't go through the 9 He said he was going to go. He didn't go through definitionally, cinematically, logically, systematically, economically, historically, legally, society. He didn't even do that. This is not his information. This is not his information. And I promise you, we will know the truth with your blue and motherfucking alley. Yeah, it's not even blue and yellow. It's trademark Owly blue and yellow. All right. But yeah, you didn't have no control of that information that nigga sent you. You didn't even walk us down 1 through 9 of the ways that you said it wasn't racist. And now how much time you got left? Let's see.
Showed you about his slides. I wanted to make sure I pointed out that he mentioned the fact that I didn't have a whole lot of slides in my first one. He wasn't prepared for the second round. Resources are for Black people. You feel me?
So Black people not.
That's time.
There you go. There you go. You made it through, and then thought you had time to play a video, and then listen how you play it off. Resources with.
Oh, you lucky because I was about to play that video. Okay.
Oh, he lucky because I was about to play that video. Okay. Nah, nigga. Nah, nigga. Nah, nigga. Should we watch the question and answer around, man? Because I ain't really pressed to watch it, but
It's probably gonna be the best part.
let's get it then.
Let's get it. Have a nice day.
Hey, that nigga didn't say what I said. He laughed and said, let's get it. I laughed and said, let's get it then. Yeah, you fucked up, fam.
That's time.
Yeah, resources with.
Oh, you lucky because I was about to play that video. Okay. Let's get it. Have a nice day.
Let's get it. Now we are going into the Q&A. Anybody over on Suave Boss's page will have to filter on over here to Titans Debate League to catch this rapid fire Q&A. It's about to go down. I'm about to end the stream on Suave Boss's page. You can catch us at Titans Debate League, youtube.com/@Titans Debate League. And are you gentlemen ready?
Yeah. Question: are we allowed to play video evidence in a question round?
That you gotta set that up beforehand with your opponent.
Okay. Do you agree with that? 20-second video evidence, Pan?
This don't sound like beforehand.
That's a fact. Sorry.
I'm gonna say no, bro.
Okay, understood. That nigga knew not. Is it allowed in the closing, anyone?
In the closing, you can bring up slides and stuff. So.
Okay, thank you. That's cool. It's gonna get in there then. Let's get it.
And it is on actually Pan to lead the Q&A, and he's going against Suave Boss. Are you ready? Time starts when you.
Yeah. Okay, so you said that the statement "I love Black women" is a racist statement. Yes.
Yes. It's based off of race.
So anything that is based off of race is racist.
When you make a blatant statement based off of race, like all Asians are smart, all white people are powerful, that is racist.
So if I say that disadvantaged Black people deserve reparation, is that racist?
Yes, that's very positively racist. That's something that that's the type of racism I would like to practice.
Yeah, and that was the other thing, because you played the video about how we got here, and I remember that we was talking about Black nationalism. And you said you thought that we should exclude white people from everything and keep everything to ourselves and be more racist. And I said that that's not necessarily racist, and that's really how we got here, right?
No, sorry, that's not. I'll show how we got here. When I said if Black people exclude white people.
Well, we gotta go back to that. So let me ask you this then. So in the title, right?
Yes.
What are you picturing? What white people are you picturing in the title?
I mean, if I had to, which I don't by the title, but if I had to, it could be white people in proximity. It could be white people in need. It could be white people that's not racist. It could be white
No,
people.
hold on, because basically based on the title, because when it says black people sharing with white people, which black people and which white people are you talking? Any black people and any white people?
I mean, the scenario we're asking for is non sequitur. It's simply
You're right, because there really isn't. There's not a scenario in the title, so I'm not asking for a scenario. I'm just asking which white people and which black people.
the white people in the context of the debate, which I said, if we walk throughout a neighborhood and pass our resources, if we don't give them to the white people simply because they're not black, would that be racist? And you said no. So the white
that's not in the title, right?
The white,
so
yeah, but it is in context.
Walking down the street and passing out resources is not in the title at all. So,
but that is the context. That is the context in which the debate was formed. I got the video evidence.
Yeah, but there's no.
And I'm gonna play it in the closing. I got you.
No, that's fine. I said what I said in the. Well, it's okay. You can play.
Next
one. There is no context in the title, right? So in the title, what white people and what black people are talking.
Well, that was up to us to explain the context, which I did. Which it was if black people was walking around passing out resources to a neighborhood and didn't
so you added something to it. So let me ask you this. So you said earlier you had a screen up, my screenshot, and you had the resources and the disparities up, right? You posted the video and it was like median home ownership, everything like that, right? And you said I didn't define black resources, yet and still those were black resources.
Well,
right. And so I'm just wondering, how did you do that? Like you realize that a home is a black resource, a black-owned home is a black resource, right? Do you realize that?
Well, resources aren't race-based, so a black person owning a home is their home. But I mean, you have to go by individual.
So that's a black-owned resource, right? Exactly.
You would have to go case by case. We wouldn't know.
A black-owned anything is a black-owned something. So.
You have to show that.
Like the money. I mean, if it's in your, it's 9/10 of the law. I think that's the law. I think not possession is 9/10 of the law.
But it wouldn't be a black resource. It wouldn't be a black resource.
No, that's exactly this. Hold on. When you shared the screenshot of graphs, what do you think they were counting, if not black and white resources?
That was showing which by race who has ownership of certain resources.
Of what? Exactly, resources. Exactly. So you do understand what I'm saying, and you're trying to be semantical with the title. And that's so now exclusion.
Now I'm trying to be semantical with the title, whichever the fuck that means. Hey, to me, he just grabbing for branches, man. That nigga hoping something come down the chute and I slip up. But nah, bro. No, brother. No, brother.
If I have something in my pocket, right, and I don't freely just go out and give it to people, is that excluding them from my pocket?
If you're doing it simply because they're white or not black, yes, that's exclusion by race.
From my pocket?
Hey, man, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, man. I just want to say, man, shout out to my girl who just told me happy Father's Day. But, yeah, happy Father's Day to everybody. Happy Father's Day to UA1. Happy Father's Day to everybody in tennis, man. It's a real thing. Yes, which is exclusion by race, which is racism. Yes.
No, exclusion by race has to be a negative intent for it to be racism. Because, and like you showed on the slide that I showed, right? There are multiple, right, race-based allocations around the country that you don't identify. As a matter of fact, you found a way to.
That nigga said no, because it's race-based, like you show, like I saw. It don't have to be. You know what? A matter of fact, you lost, bro. Listen to that lad. Listen.
A negative intent for it to be racism. Because, and like you showed on the slide that for it to be racism. No, exclusion.
Yes, which is exclusion by race, which is racism. Yes.
No, exclusion by race has to be a negative intent for it to be racism. Because, and like you showed on the slide that I showed, right? There are multiple, right, race-based allocations around the country that you don't identify. As a matter of fact, you found a way to call black racial allocation.
As a matter of fact, let me get the crowd mad at you. You call black resource allocation racist, but not white resource allocation racist,
and not white racial allocation,
which was not a thing. Never did I say in white people Not giving resources to black people simply because they're not black is not racist. Never did I say that. Never. But that's the claim he just made. That I somehow made black resource allocation racist, but said white resource allocation wasn't racist.
Country that you don't identify. As a matter of fact, you found a way to call black racial allocation racist and not white racial allocation, which is weird.
And like I also showed in my slides, because that's not a question, that racism isn't usually about outright evil. It's often rooted in normal brain processes that get twisted by cultural experience. Beat his ass. Beat his ass. Took it right back to his primary point, which was it has to be harmful. No, it don't. Discriminating, even if it doesn't directly harm, even though, you know, humans discriminating against each other is harmful down the line. You know, but regardless of that, the debate topic is what the debate topic is. So your introduction that it has to be harmful is wrong. Saying that
that cultural experience is exactly what I wanted to talk about next. So
now all of a sudden that cultural experience is what he wanted to talk about. Usually about outright evil. It's often rooted in normal brain processes that get twisted by cultural experience. Saying that
that cultural experience is exactly what I wanted to talk about next. So when you showed that slide, it had an arrow going over the brain, right? And so
no, it almost Father's Day. Hey, real talk. Hey, real talk. Happy Father's Day to Emmanuel, man, and all the first-time fathers out there. Enjoy the ride. Happy Father's Day to all the first-time fathers. It's not like anything else, man. You know, I'm letting you know now. I'm letting you know now. Shout out to first-time fathers, but happy Father's Day to all fathers, for real.
Didn't have the slide before that didn't have two brains, and then the second one had the brain with the green arrow going over the top, talking about how they from one cognitive.
Yes, but not the slide that I not the slide that I just
saw. That's what I thought. So what I'm saying is, right, in that decision making process, none of that is in the title,
though. That's in my premise, though. Like the title is the title. Yes, that's what we're here to do. We're here to put a premise together based off the title, which you didn't, and I did.
No, I did. I absolutely did. I told you that you have to have a negative intent. And I showed you 13 different definitions, including 4 of your own. In Cambridge as well. And I showed you how you have to have a negative intent. You showed
that in the second round, which doesn't get a rebuttal.
Hold on a second. You clipped out certain things from the definitions that you shared, and then you did
listen to the claim he made. I clipped out certain things from the definitions I shared. Show that. You had a whole rebuttal round to show that, but instead you went into a movie produced by Owly.
And read certain things that you did have on the screen. I showed the full definitions from Cambridge, from Oxford, etc., which show that you have to have a negative intent behind doing something for it to be racist. So even though you're trying to be flowery with the words, I'm wondering why you cut those things out of.
Now I'm trying to be flowery with my words, and I cut things out of definition.
So even though you're trying to be flowery with the words, I'm wondering why you cut those things out of your definitions.
Okay, let me answer.
I showed 13 and you showed 3.
All right, I didn't. You showed a copy and paste in the range how you wanted to. I showed a screenshot from Cambridge Dictionary, which showed the very first definition is unfair or harmful behavior, beliefs or actions from one person directed against another person or other people based on race.
Right, the harmful part, right? In the title, it don't mention nothing about
the definition. I didn't cut nothing out. That is which was his point. He just asked me, why did you cut stuff out, right? I murder him and he tried to grab for another branch. Okay, that harmful word, right? Watch. It's another person or you wanted to.
You cut those things out of you. So even though you're trying to be flowery with the words, I'm wondering why you cut those things out of your definitions.
Okay, let me answer.
I showed 13 and you showed 3.
All right, I didn't. You showed a copy and paste in the range how you showed a copy and paste. You didn't show a screenshot. It could have been arranged or edited or fucked up. Manipulated anyway. You wanted to. I'll show the screenshot from Cambridge Dictionary. I showed a screenshot from Cambridge Dictionary, which I also just showed y'all tonight. It's not edited. We showed the very first definition is unfair or harmful behavior, beliefs or actions from one person directed unfair or harmful behavior. Now watch this against another person or other people based on race.
Right, that harmful.
So he skips over the fact that I didn't edit nothing. And he said, okay, that harmful word.
Harmful part, right? In the title, it don't mention nothing about
the definition. I didn't cut nothing out. That is the pure plain
in the
display.
the title don't mention nothing about harmful though from your definition that you just read through it.
Say it again.
Does the title give you any context to tell you that it's going to be this is a harmful decision?
It said unfair. It said unfair or harmful.
Again, you just proved my point again. It has to be harmful.
It's these lines. And definition doesn't say it had to be harmful. It says or harmful. Or harmful. Especially harmful. But not necessarily harmful. It said or harmful. It said or harmful, not and harmful.
What was the first word?
You're wrong. It doesn't say or harmful. I mean, it doesn't say and harmful. It said or harmful. Look it up. Look it up. You say you had it.
Well, so it says harmful. So since harmful is not
says or harmful, meaning the first terminology doesn't have to be harmful.
How did you get it there?
How did I get what?
How did you? If harmful is not in the title, why are we talking about things being harmful?
You just said that it has to be harmful, and I'm saying that the individual definition, the definition of individual racism,
you just read has harmful things that people say or do based on the belief that their own race makes them more intelligent.
You don't have questions, and you're just over talking with my response.
No, I'm asking you why you didn't read that part, and I want you to focus on that.
Not only did I read it, but I showed it. Not only did I read it, why didn't you read that part? I didn't read the or harmful part. Not only did I read it, but I showed it. You're dead, you're dying, and you're grabbing on anything, and this is recorded, and you're paying. This is, if you was somebody, this would be monumental. But this is overshadowed the fucking championship. Oh fuck. You made the first year in this debate league fucking the championship momentous. Monumental even. This will never be forgotten. Propped up, fluffed up, pan died to the Family Dollar Black Power man. Using gal, not being prepared, being in the echo chamber, and then run into an hourly presentation and then dying in a fucking question and answer round while you asking questions. I showed it. I showed the screenshot from the site, unedited.
But you didn't talk about the part where it says based on the belief that your own race makes them more intelligent, good, or moral.
That's not in the Cambridge definition. I did not skip over it. I did not omit it. It is not present. And I shared my screen today and showed you live from the source. Not a screenshot, but the fucking website.
And I'm wondering why you excluded that.
No, that's not in there. That's not in there. That's not in there.
Well, it's okay. Because what I showed a screenshot of this.
No, you didn't show a screenshot of the site. You showed.
No. My bad. Let me finish.
Yeah. I showed a screenshot of the site because he works with screenshots. I said, no, you didn't. You showed a copy and paste. Oh, wait. Let me finish. No, let you start over. You was sent a copy and paste page of definitions of racism or racist from Cambridge. But when you looked up individual racism, which you didn't, you just showed it for my presentation. That's not in there. It's not in the definition of racist action. It's not in the definition of individual racism. You died. And Owly died. And whatever barbarians helped you died.
showed copy and paste.
What's your
with link.
question, sir?
Slow
I'm
down.
begging for a question. You just preaching and over talking my response. Not only did I read it, but I
based on the belief that their own race makes them more
you
intelligent.
don't have questions and you're just over talking with my response. Harmful.
What was the first word? What was the
You're
first
wrong. It doesn't say or harmful. I mean, it
What did it
doesn't
say
say and harmful. It said or harmful. Look it
What
up.
did it say?
Look it up. You say you had it.
Well, then so it says harmful. So since harmful is
It
not
says or harmful, meaning the first terminology doesn't
not in
have
the
to be
title.
harmful.
How did you get it there?
How did I get what?
How did you? If harmful is not in the title, why are we talking about things being
You
harmful?
brought it up. You just said that it has to be harmful, and I'm saying that the individual definition, the definition of individual races,
you just read has harmful things that people say or do, based on the belief that their own race makes them more intelligent.
You don't have questions, and you're just over talking with my response.
No, I'm asking you why you didn't read that part.
Why you didn't read that part? Harmful things that people say or do. No, you're dead, and you're flailing down the river, grabbing for branches, and they're just fake ass owl wings. You're dead. You died in the middle of the Coliseum. You died. That non-chocolate sphere of a head of yours is leaking. Yeah. The floor of the Coliseum ring is painted with your insides, nigga. And you still have that big, dumb, unchangeable smile on your fucking face. Just know that. Yeah.
And I want you to focus on that.
Not only did I read it, but I showed it. Not only did I read it, but I showed it. I showed the screenshot from the site, unedited.
But you didn't read. You didn't talk about the part where it says based on the belief that your own race makes them more intelligent, good, or moral. And I'm wondering why you excluded that.
No, I showed y'all from the site. Well, that's not in there. I went to the Cambridge Dictionary site live earlier. He's making that up. Once again, he's lying and saying, I'm omitting something from that definition, and I'm not. That's not in there. That's not in there. That's not in there.
Well, it's okay. Because what I showed a screenshot of this.
No, you didn't show a screenshot of the site. You showed.
No. My bad. Let me finish. Yeah, I showed copy.
And I must add, all while smoking. All while smoking. He's sitting there with a cigar right now, smoking. And even his background avatar, smoking. If I can't depict smoking, he can't either. If I get points taken for depictions of smoking, he do too. What's your question, sir?
Slow down. I'm just correcting.
What's your question, sir? You don't get another premise. You already had two.
How much time is left? How much time is left, anyone?
How much time?
1 minute.
Okay. What's your question?
Yeah,
the time on the screen.
The time's on the screen.
But he said, "What's your question?"
So my next question for you is
the time on the screen. He said he's looking at what people sending him. Ask this. Ask that.
Sir, do you understand? That racial conscious racial allocation is what happens on a daily basis, and it's not labeled racist by the consensus.
You didn't show that? No, that's not my understanding. My understanding is the argument
you
that
showed it in my you showed my slide.
Can I answer
and it showed that on there.
Can I answer the question?
You said you don't understand. We're going into the next question. So when you showed the slide with those circles on it, right, with the badges and things like that, right? Those are consciously racially allocated things. And you know that there are black things that are like that.
No, they're not consciously racial. No. I'm not going. No. They're national. They're Italian American, German American, French American. They're not white American, black American. You lied.
You realize that those things are not recognized as racist by the consensus, though, correct?
No, I do not recognize that. You did not show that. Incorrect.
Yeah. I did. I showed all of the. I showed all of the Supreme Court cases and everything. I support that. That's time. Have a nice day.
He was so happy that was time.
Go to a quick word from our sponsors while Suave gets ready for his Q&A against Pandemus.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
And make sure you become a member at some type of level, man. We got the bronze at $3.99 a month, $7.99 for the silver, $14.99 for the gold. Platinum is at $24.99. Titan brain. The Titan level is at $99.99. That's US dollars only. So don't get it fucked up.
And this month we have coming up what we got?
I feel like
We have Oli versus Sapphire to face off. This is going to be
Blue and yellow, blue and yellow. We got Owly versus Sapphire. I don't know if A1's still up here. I'm on a different screen. A1, that face off happened yet?
I'm up here. No, that face off ain't happened yet.
Okay, yeah.
I ain't do none of the face offs this month. Ain't nobody called me like they wasn't thinking about it.
Damn.
And I was overwhelmed with all the stuff I'm doing. If people called me, I would have made it happen.
Understood. So
ain't
everything fell in
ain't nobody
place.
hit my phone. I'm like, oh yeah, they ain't want to be here.
Everything fell in place. You needed the time, and people had the time to give. But yeah, the blue and yellow Alley is going up against Sapphire. Call in, man. Set that face off up. Like, real talk, man. And a reason to keep playing with that. Hopefully Pan to help Alley with his presentation like Alley helped Pan. And they do better as a team.
Yeah, members only event. Make sure you sign up for $3.99. So
you definitely got to sign up for at least $3.99 to even see it. So shout out to it, bro.
You get full access to all of the exclusive content. We also have Emmanuel versus God Justice.
Now I know Emmanuel done called in. That nigga been in the back chat and everything. Shout out to God Justice. Don't know who you are. Look like King Bach. Shout out to Emmanuel Halawaya. Man, make sure y'all fuck with the league, man. Do y'all thug thizzle, man. Real talk. You know, stop taking shit as a joke, fam. Don't be like Pan. Be a man.
It's going down only here at the Coliseum of Arguments. $3.99 gets you full access to all the exclusive content. Don't miss out, my boy. You feel me? Oh yeah.
Hey man, let me put this link in the chat, man, in case a couple of people that's still up want to jump on the chat and drag the shit out of drag the shit out of this motherfucking cartoon. Let me see.
Hey, Emmanuel funny. He like, I'm supposed to have a face off yesterday. You sure was, but ain't nobody remember.
Yeah,
I really thought your face off was today. I was tripping. I'm thinking it was today, and I ain't talked to Dan one of y'all, and then one of y'all hit me about it. So I was like, shoot, everything like Suave said, everything going right.
All right, one of them links should work. Even though I don't got a motherfucking wrench to post a link in this motherfucker, but I am under.
How you ain't got no wrench? I never.
Man, I don't know. You don't fuck with me like I fuck with you.
That's
I mean, it's all good.
Let me fix that right now. I'm glad you said that out loud.
But do y'all thug this, man? Hit that link if y'all want to come up and get y'all remarks about this debate, what you've been seeing so far. I'll be highly interested in seeing what y'all thinking about. But don't get it twisted, pointed in the wrong direction. Miscrew the fucked up, man. The Coliseum of Argument do present Titans Debate League. Hashtag Team Titans. We got A1 going up against GDN Capone, man. It's intelligent design proof of the Hebrew God. And that isn't members only debate. It's not only a members only debate, it's a pay-per-view debate.
Yeah, that's gonna be a Zoom pay-per-view. It's not going to be on YouTube. We putting that on Zoom. But people who are, if you do buy into the $15 package, you will be able to. That will be your discounted ticket. Anybody who's a $15 member gets a free ticket to one pay-per-view per month. And I actually have 2 next month coming up with me involved in them, and I'm not missing those. I was working on my presentations today, so
there you go.
Picking that up.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man, you missed your face off. No, you actually was there and you lost. You got a debate 2 weeks from now, and it is does paint dry fast and the eggs boil hard? So I don't know if you ready for that, but yeah, man, you got to make a presentation, bro. All right, let's get it.
And coming up, yes, we do have a pay-per-view coming up with me and GD and Capone. Tickets will be on sale coming by the end of this week. Is Intelligent Design Proof of the Hebrew God? Don't miss this one. Legendary events going down only here, Titans Debate League. Suave Boss, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Get that timer reset, and the time starts when you start.
Appreciate it. Pan, yes or no? Do you consider yourself black?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So he knows how to answer questions yes or no. Okay? Despite him being a cartoon, he knows how to answer questions yes or no. Let's see how tough that get for him. Understood. Okay. If yes or no, and I'll give you time.
Hey, I like that move you just pulled up.
You like that?
So that way, if there's any confusion later, it's like, judges, you see this?
Yeah, dog. Like, hey, I said a yes or no question. He nailed it.
Hey. So I know you an asshole in real life, man.
Hey, man. Hey, no, like real talk. Real talk. Okay, listen. Okay. Okay. I have a few friends that I'm close with, and you know, we talk damn near daily on the PlayStation party.
That's why you talk like that. Okay.
Yeah, so one of them I haven't heard from in about 4 or 5 days. One of them said he talked to him. His phone is fucked up or something. He's going to check on him. Now, my other friends say, I ain't heard from him neither. I'm like, okay. So the one friend that said he going to check on him said, he jumps off the party, said, I'm going to check on him. He gets there, he doesn't call. I don't know he's even there. So I call him and say, yo, did you check on bro? He said, yeah, I'm over here now. I said, man, tell him I said, what's up? He said, yo, bro. So I said, what's up? I said, no, I need to hear his voice. Put him on the phone. He laughed. I said, listen, if anything happened to him, you did it. That's just how quick I go in the narratives, right? so he laughs and say, I'll be in the party when I leave here. He never gets in the party. So now he definitely killed my friend. Right? And so he jumps, and so my other friend who said he never heard of him, if you're paying attention. So all of a sudden he got a text from the friend that I haven't heard from in 5-6 days at this point. He said he texted me, said he cool. I said, nah, that's the other guy that went and checked on him. He killed him and he's texting him from your phone. That's really the narrative I said in real life and told the person that I thought killed my other friend. I said, if I don't hear from him, you did it. And he got on the party, and I mean, me and my girl was in here embellishing over it. And she like, who killed who? And I'm telling her, I'm like, yeah. Friend number 2 killed friend number 1, and friend number 3 might be in on it because he's talking about he got a text from him, and that ain't suspicious to him. So, yeah, I'm sorry if I said narratives that easy. My mind just works like that. But I will always clarify everything. I'm sorry. Tidbit. Shout out to Bingo, man. Okay. So I saw the question and answer around. Now I'm setting up mine, right? So the first thing is, can you answer a yes or no question? Do you consider yourself black? Yes or no? No problem. He says yes. Let's see how difficult that gets for him as time continues. Yeah, you're supposed to be at that. Yeah, yesterday. It was yesterday. You're cutting off me from answering the question. They should take points from that. So what I'm asking you is, if someone discriminates against someone because of their age, is that ageism? Yes or no? Oh yeah, and I want to let you know. After I let my friend know, I know he killed my other friend. My girl told me he's coming to kill you next. That's real life. That shit happened in real life. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. All right, but notice, yes, I asked him yes or no question, and then he tried to. I guess he tried to mimic me or some shit, or become, his own version of the person that take over the round. He said, "Am I racist? Am I?" Yeah, nah, I'm not that gullible, and I hope the judges kick you in your nuts after this poor presentation for trying to use such a simple fucking tactic.
No.
If someone discriminates against someone because of their age,
I consider myself black.
you're cutting off me from answering the question. They should take points from that. So what I'm asking you is, if someone discriminates against someone because of their age, is that ageism? Which is the definition of ageism. If you discriminate against someone because of their age, it's ageism. But listen to Pan. Yes or no?
So, no.
No. So now, according to Pan, ageism isn't ageism. Okay. If someone discriminates against someone because of their sex, is that sexism? Yes or no?
No.
He says no. Why? Okay. So now, sexism isn't sexism, according to Pan. No. And if someone discriminates against someone because of their race, is that racism, sir?
No.
God damn. 3 strikes and you're out. So now discriminating against someone because of their racism. And he said earlier, it's like a believer moving off of their God for a debate. And so, I mean, as a man, I'm asking you, Pan, do you really feel that discriminating against someone because of their sex isn't sexism? Discriminating against someone because of their age isn't ageism? Is that really where you at mentally? Or did you move off of your square of reality for a debate? Insult to injury. No. And so, do you now feel better about yourself when you say it's something like a believer when they move off of their square, their real belief for a debate? Did you just do that? Yes or no?
Because you need something else besides
yes,
just.
Now it's difficult to answer yes or no question. Did you just, in similarity to how you say believers move off their God to believe to win the debate, did you just move off what you believe in, meaning discriminating against someone because of sex is sexism, discriminating against someone because of their age is ageism, just to support your argument that discriminating against someone because of their race is in racism? Is that what you just did? Yes or no? No. Yes or no?
Because you need something else besides
yes
just.
Or no. Yes or no, sir?
Besides the sex, age, and
okay, I want to acknowledge that he's ignoring the question. He's not answering. Okay, so let's move on. So
I answered your question.
So hold on. So in a scenario where a black person has food and a white person is starving, but the black person doesn't share that food with the starving white person simply because they're not black, is that racist?
I'm not sure why you're bringing that up. That wasn't a part of the debate.
Sorry, yes or no? And this is where smart people play dumb. You have no reason why I'm bringing that up. Not a smidget. If a black person has food and a white person is starving to death and you don't share food with them simply because they're not black, is that racism? I don't even know why you're bringing that up in the debate about if black people don't share resources with white people simply because they're not black is racist. I'm lost. Sure, Pan. Sure. Black person has food and doesn't share with a starving white person simply because they're not black. Is that racist?
Not necessarily. He could just be being an asshole.
Couldn't not necessarily. He could just be an a-hole, which is cursing. You cursed during the debate, bro. I want to let you know. You should be dead. Okay, let's go. Necessarily be racist.
He could be scared of people. He could be scared of people. Like, you have no idea.
No, it's simply because they're not black. Sorry, hold on. Let me get my time back. It's simply because they're not black. If that black person doesn't share food with a starving white person simply because they're not black, no other variables, is that racist?
No, because you don't know the other variable. There must be.
No, because you don't know the other variable, even though we agreed that there's no other variable. This is what death looks like.
Some other variables to make it racist.
It's simply does the title include?
Right. The answer to your question is no. You need something else to make it racist. Don't take your time. Don't keep asking me the same thing.
Okay.
Ask me something else.
Is the phrase simply because they're not black in the title?
Yes.
Yeah. It is? You sure? Because you're acting like it ain't. Yes. Okay. So if you add any other variable other than simply they're not black, are you going to include the variable that you just said we needed outside the context of the debate?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So if you add anything other than the variable that's in the topic, which you just said, well, we need the other variable. You think I'm bullshitting? He just said.
The answer to your question is no. You need something else to make it racist. Don't take your time. Don't keep asking me the same thing.
Okay.
Ask me something else.
Is the phrase you need something else simply because they're not black in the title?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So if you add any other variable other than simply they're not black, are you going outside the context of the debate?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yet he's asking for another variable. Okay. So if you say you don't know other variables,
I said no. That's why I said no to your question.
When you say we don't know the other variables, if you add any of those variables, are you going outside the context of the debate?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay.
That's what you was doing the whole debate. That's what I don't think you realize.
Nah, there he go. Slanging mud my way. That's what I was doing the whole debate. I was adding other variables. I was saying the reason why we not sharing resources with white people is because we was economically deprived. We was in slavery, Jim Crow laws, goddamn Marcus Garvey, the UNIA. No, that was you. I'm keeping it simply because they not black. Mr. I consider myself a black person. This was a massacre. So if you have food and the white person is starving and you don't give it to them simply because they not black, is that racist?
No, because it has to be something else to make it racist.
Why? Because it has to be something else to make it racist, which you just admitted. If you add something else, you're going outside the context of the debate. So why are you going outside the context of the debate consecutively? I'm giving you 4 or 5 chances to stay within the context of the debate and answer one simple question, and you can't, even though you were able to say yes or no initially. Yes, I will be a cartoon character too. Of course I wouldn't show my motherfucking real face if this is who the fuck I was.
There needs to be another factor for it to be racist.
I got you, sir. Okay, so in the scenario that black people are going throughout a neighborhood and passing out resources, and they don't give any resources to the white people simply because they're not white, they're not black, is that racist?
No, because you need another factor. They could be going around a black community.
No, you don't need. Okay, so if I ask you, what's going on? Okay. So if I ask you, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Do you take in any other factors other than the paint job, sir? Should be a very easy question. If someone asks you, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Do you consider any other factors about the car when they ask you simply because of, you can say, yes, I like it simply because of the paint job. Or no, I don't like it simply because of the paint job. If you say I like it, not just because of the paint job, but also because of the tires, you're outside the context of the question. If you say, no, I don't like it simply because of the paint job, it's also the engine, you're going outside the context of the question. Yes or no?
If I like the tire,
if I like the car because it's that's the no. Other than the paint job, sir.
If I like the tire, if it's because it's red, of course.
No, if the question is, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Do you consider any other factors other than the paint job?
Do I consider any other in liking it?
Do I get in liking it? Man, if someone asks you, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? If someone says, is it racist if you decide this simply because of their race? If someone asks you, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Do you consider
I can like a car because of, let me answer you. I can like a car because of the paint.
No, wait, don't answer the question. And that nigga said, let me ask you, who the fuck you talking to? Fam? Answer the question.
Listen,
if someone asks you, do you like this car? Listen to the question. I'm restating the question.
If you just listen, you don't have to save your time. Let me just answer you.
No.
I can like a car. I can like a car because of this.
No. This is not
but not like it for me. But not want myself.
I would like to reestablish time out. Pause the clock, please. At 5 minutes 30 seconds. It took a couple seconds to stop it. I would like for my 10 seconds to be put back on the clock.
I think I may have exaggerated. It might have been 5 minutes 25 seconds. It might have been 5 minutes 25 seconds. But definitely excellent job was done to stopping the clock. No complaints there. But yeah, you rambling. I'm asking you a simple question. You trying to state a whole preference you have for a car that's red and let's get this shit together. Come here, little knucklehead ass nigga. If you consider anything other than the paint job of the car in the question, when someone is asking you, do you like this car simply for the paint job? Are you going outside the context of the question? Yes or no? Yeah. Just like you just said, yeah. If you add anything to the title other than because they are not black, are you going outside the context of the question? Yes. But you're steadily asking for a second variable, which you admit takes the conversation outside the context of the topic. You got to grow up, brother. One day, reestablish my question. Thank you. I won. Hosting owner of the greatest debate league in the world.
Go ahead. I think establish your question.
All right, but it's not that 5:30.
I think it said host of the greatest debate league on earth.
It's 5:20. We'll let you know. Okay. And this is my question.
Mm-hmm.
If black people are walking through a neighborhood,
that's my
giving out resources.
Yes.
And they don't give out resources to the white people simply because they're not black. Is that racist?
No.
Okay. If someone asks you, do you like a car simply because of the paint job? Do you consider any other factors other than the paint job? You can go ahead and press the time now, A1. Thank you, bro.
I would consider other things if I wanted to like it for myself to try.
And would that take you outside the context of the question that they asked?
It could be, yes, I can say I like.
Would that take you outside the context of the question that they asked you?
No.
Yes. No, okay.
No.
So if someone says,
I
I want the judges to pay attention. If someone asks you, Penn, do you like this car simply because of the paint job? Would you consider any other factors of the car based on the context of the question when answering yes or no? Would you?
Now, you have to repeat the question, or are you asking me again?
Sir.
You want me to answer again?
Sir.
Ask and answer. Move on.
Yeah. Answer the question. Do you need me to answer it again?
And answered, move on, bro. We're not going to keep going.
No, I haven't heard a yes or no, sir. You can say no. It's up to you.
I said yes already. I said yes.
Say yes, you will.
All the times that you ask. Okay. Every time you ask me.
And now, so my question is, would you considering any other aspect other than the paint job when it asks you simply because of the paint job take you outside the context of the question? Yes or no? Yes. And so you're openly admitting that you're outside the context.
Yes. I'm going outside the question. I'm going outside the context of that dumbass question about the car. I'm going outside the context of this debate. I'm going out the context of my life. I'm going out the context of debating, period, nigga. I don't know what the fuck's happening tonight. I just don't want to be a dead cartoon character. Nigga, Owlie sent you a presentation, fam. Like real talk, man. Say Pan, Panthera, Panther, Panties, whatever PAN is short for. What the fuck was you thinking? Throwing that presentation from Ali up on the fucking screen in the championship. Hey man, you gotta admit, bro. Context of the debate, right?
No, not at all. We talking about Congress.
So
Right now.
if in the context of the debate,
you changed the topic. We started talking about Congress.
so in
If
the
you want to talk about the
context,
debate,
so in the context of the debate, if you consider any other factors other than they're not black, are you outside the context of the debate? Shout out the Detroit detail, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you already ended that several times, right? Okay, so take 30 seconds and explain to me, why do you keep going outside the context of the debate? Here's some more rope. Okay, do your thing. You keep going outside the context of the debate.
What you don't
me, why do you keep that several times, right? Okay, so take 30 seconds and explain to me, why do you keep going outside the context of the debate?
What you don't understand is I'm keeping it very strict to the title that you picked. Simply leaves out any room for all of the other contexts that you would have to make a decision on it being racist. You would have to consider the history. You would have to consider this person being somebody that you don't like, or you want to be better than, or you think they're better than you. You would have to consider all these other options if it was because they were white, but because you worded it because they're not black.
Okay, I gave you 30 seconds and I'm gonna that nigga disemboweled himself. He admitted adding any other variable takes you outside the context of the debate. He admitted that he would consider other aspects of the car other than the paint job, and that takes him outside the context of the debate. So now he's showing you that he's considering other aspects outside of the literal debate he's having right now. And you would have to win the debate when you put simply in it. You can't win the debate with simply because they're not black without going out the context of the topic, which is annihilation. Once you leave us out the context of the debate, you dead. And you admit you would have to listen.
Title that you picked.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you already ended that several times, right? Okay, so take 30 seconds and explain to me, why do you keep going outside the context of the debate?
What you don't understand is I'm keeping it very strict to the title that you picked. Simply leaves out any room for all of the other contexts that you would have to make a decision on it being racist. You would have to consider the history. You would have to consider this person being somebody that you don't like, or you want to be better than, or you think they're better than you. You would have to consider all these other options if it was because they were white, but because you worded it because they're not black.
Okay, I gave you 30 seconds and I would like the judges to know he did not answer my question. He went into another premise. This is his fifth premise. Okay, so now let me ask you this. If I say, that nigga said fifth premise. If I say all Asians are good at math, is that racist?
No, it's an overcharacterization.
He said no, it's an overcharacterization. Nigga, that's racist. All Asians are not good at math.
Overgeneralization.
Okay. That. And if I say all white people are supreme, is that racist?
Not necessarily, because again, you gotta have harmful intention.
He said not necessarily. You have to have harmful intention to say that all white people are supreme. What? Nigga, that's racist. Really?
No, because you gotta have harmful intent. That was the rest of what I said.
Okay, understood. And if I say all black people can dance good, is that racist?
No.
How? Death after death after death, dog.
It may be an overgeneralization.
It's an overgeneralization. Well, if you overgeneralize based off race, is that racist?
It may be incorrect, but it's not racist.
And if you it may be incorrect. So if it's incorrect and you're doing it based off race, how is that not racist? You're stating something incorrect simply because someone's race. Nigga, what are you doing? That's not racist. Generalize.
No harmful.
Okay, here's the question. Here's the question, sir. Right. If you overgeneralize
based simply off of race, is that racist?
Yeah. No, you just gave 3 examples where it's not. What are you missing?
Yeah. Based off of race, is it racist?
Saying that all black people can dance is not racist.
Simply because, okay, so it's saying all black people are good at football simply because of their race, racist.
No. Again, it could be an overgeneralization
white person says,
and incorrect.
Okay,
but it's not racist.
Okay, would a person say black people
What
should?
you're trying to find out is context.
Hold on, sorry.
Add some more context to it.
My question is this: if someone who is not black is treated differently simply because they're not black, is that racist? Huh? No, at all.
A lot of sound like said, but he said no, according to him.
No.
Okay.
No.
So is discrimination is hold on, sir, is discrimination? Hold on, sir. I got you. Is discrimination based off of race racist?
Negative or unjust discrimination based off race is racist.
Okay, so you can answer yes or no. Is discrimination?
I know.
Is discrimination against someone? Is discrimination against, sir? Is discrimination against someone?
Okay, the answer to your question is no. So you can stop doing that. Wait, stop wasting your time. The answer to your question is no. Unjust discrimination.
Okay, so are white people inherently supreme to black people?
I don't think so, no.
No.
Oh, so if they're not, how is it not racist to discriminate against them? If you don't believe that they're inherently supreme, like, yeah, nah, there's nothing I could do because they're so superior. Then how do you feel you're not sharing resources with them despite their condition, despite our history, simply because of their race is not racist? You died, bro. You and Owlie. All right? Okay. Do you consider Obama black?
Yes.
If Obama would have kept resources from white people, would that have been racist?
Not necessarily, because he did do certain things.
But necessarily it could. You're dead. Black Power. This boy Suave Boss, man.
You would have to have negative intent.
Cash $$, real
nice
Suave
day.
Boss, man. Let's get it.
That's time.
Man, you see,
That's
you
time.
gotta have it.
Hey, man. Hey, real talk. This is a good eye opener, man. Seeing what the fuck went down tonight. But yeah, I'm not playing with that nigga. All right, hold on.
I can end it like this. He
Get
just died.
Format.
Okay, let's get
Gentlemen, good debate. Closing arguments. Pandemus starts with you again.
Oh, he can go first. He can go first.
That's not how it goes. Stick to the format.
Okay, let's get.
I know you're not ready, but it's your time.
I went first. I went first for the question and answer. I thought I went back and forth.
No.
Relax. I can end it like this. He
Should have
just
paid
died.
attention
He
to
was
the
told
rules that he explained.
You
Should
want
have
the
paid
big
attention to
screen?
the rules.
Can you stop it so I can start my time?
You want the big screen?
I don't care. Just make sure he's set up so I can start talking.
Okay, time starts when you start.
Like I said, I don't even need this whole closing like that, right? In all reality,
I don't even need this whole
trying to play word.
Nigga, you need to hold up the premise. That nigga said, I don't even need this whole closing like that, right? Y'all agree with me, right? I got you in your feelings, right? Black people been done wrong. Why would we share resources with white people? Yeah, all right. Yes, sir.
Games, you can see how his debate was set up. He was trying to finagle words and add extra things in later on. But the title he made sure was firm. Simply and because they are not black.
The title he made sure was firm. You fucking right. And you lined your dumb ass up across the street from me. Is black people not sharing resources with white people simply because of race racist? You said no and died as a cartoon. I don't know what you're going to reinvent yourself as, but yeah.
Not because they white, right? Which would have had another context, right? And simply, which excludes all of the different actual definitions of racism, which you have to have negative intent, you have to have unjust discrimination, you have to have implicit bias. I showed with his own sources that don't have that in the title. And in order to say that the title proves racism, you have to have some of those other things, which you did. And I proved that severely, I believe. The extra things he's trying to bring into the debate. So also, again, the phrase "I love black women" being
Here goes the emotional strings. Here goes the emotional strings. Women I'm in proximity to, please be mad at him because he said loving y'all is racist. Nigga, you did the dough. You definitely grabbed for emotional strings. You brought that up 3 times, 4 or 5 times. You brought it up in your closing as if it was a dagger to my premise. That's crazy. You're reaching for emotional strings. All right. What did I do? What did I do to that?
I think 12 court cases. I brought multiple organizations that are consciously racially allocated that are not by the consensus
Not
deemed racist. Nobody in their right mind would deem.
Is French a race? Not racially. French is not a race. France is not a race. People in southern France are less related to northern France than the surrounding countries. You came and misrepresented a lot of information. You came to the finals in the Titans Debate League in the Coliseum of Arguments with a lot of gal, with a lot of lies, slurs, misappropriation of information, misrepresentation of information, daggers to yourself, disembowelment, self-disembowelment. You're smoking on the screen now. You cursed. You brought half of a first round, none of a second round. It tried to introduce a bunch of new information that somebody else has sent to you mid-debate. Admitted that you was working with other people. We watched this video and we knew this is what he was going to do. And you think what? Some people just stood quiet? Pan. Oh, Pan. Yeah, I don't see you debating after this, brother. But you have an ego. You definitely have an ego. So do what you do.
The Black Panthers racist when they first started. You know what I'm saying? Or a grant that's for racially disparaged, historically racially disparaged groups. You know what I mean? It's all I just got finished writing the grant specifically for Black people, you know what I'm saying, and got it. So, you know what I mean? Those type of things are not racist by the consensus of the country. So I know the brother has his own feeling. He has his own intention on what he wanted to say. And I know he thought real hard on trying to squeeze simply into the title. And because they're not Black into the title, probably because of a Google search. But the reality of it is, if we're going to be serious about Black power, we have to really look at what we're talking about. When we talk about doing things for our race, when we talk about anything dealing with our race, we have to understand words and what we're talking about. If I was to say I love Black women, that's not a racist statement. If I have resources myself, I wake up in the morning and I don't decide to just share willy-nilly with white folks, that doesn't make me racist. And that's all the title says. Is Black people not sharing resources with white folks simply because they are not Black racist? And it's not. Because again, you would need another factor and another context. You would need a scenario, which he failed to present in his title, right? How much time we got left?
How much time we got left?
Go ahead. 10 seconds.
Oh no, we good. You already know what it is. Similar to the Philippines, the Babylonians, the pantry, tighten up, have a nice day.
Yeah,
And that's time.
and that's time. And that's time. And that's time. So what we saw, we all can agree. An unprepared pan that came here and relied on things outside of presenting his information to escort him to the championship. And that's to being the champion, the winner of the championship. And that's not gonna fly. I guarantee you that's not gonna fly. I don't care who judging the debate. No one's gonna look at someone who ran out of slides halfway through the first round, conceded, well, not conceded because you came back and reestablished yourself, but left a minute out of your opening, 6 minutes almost out of your premise, had to go back over your information, including my slides, come back in like you fucking wandered around in a dark room in the second round until, aha, now let me get into my premise. No, no, no. That is crazy. That is crazy. There's no way by points, fucking favoritism, fucking resource allocation. I don't give a fuck. You cost yourself this debate, man. And the only way I can win this debate, I could lose this debate, is if I'm eliminated from the fucking championship. And I don't think it's shit I could do between today and tomorrow to get me kicked out of this league. You died. And we watched it in slow motion. And I encourage everyone who supports him, who wants to give him a way out, watch it again. Watch it again. Please click on Coliseum Arguments, watch this debate again, and see if there's any way in your love for Penn that you could fix this debate for him. What round did he win? What dagger did he throw? He died from accepting the topic. And then he had to come in here and use Gal. I did not shoehorn simply into the debate. I did not AI any slides. I did not omit or edit or leave out or skip any information into my premise. I went directly to what I needed to. I gave you the sources. You could go to the websites and see that I'm not using Gal at all. I didn't spend my debate trying to undermine him as a person. That man said I was trying to be tricky with the title. How? When I said it and you accepted it. Sorry that you're that full of yourself that you thought I couldn't whoop your ass in the debate this one-sided. Yes. Hey, man. I'm done, God, man. And I'm going to get some motherfucking rest and go to work tomorrow. And I'm going to get off. And I'm going to come home. And my girl is going to be doing something for me for Father's Day. And I'll be waiting for the judges. Well, not waiting for the judges because the judgments are in, even though A1 has not looked at them yet, as far as I know. And I'm waiting on A1 and the results show. And I'll be expecting a very large cash out.
Yeah, this shit too serious. I ain't want to look at that shit at all, bro, because it's too much on the line. I don't know. I don't want to fuck it up.
And it's gotten more serious since the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, I just checked to make sure the shit played. I downloaded it and checked to make sure the video worked, and I just turned it off.
Okay.
I ain't listening to shit.
Understood. Yeah. Yeah. I did not take this lightly at all. Like, I really made it to the championship, and
Penn is someone who is not looked at as lightweight, so it ain't like I made it to the championship with some goofy, and I prepared. I really feel like I did what I had to do, man. Like I really do. And I had none of man. Shout out to the league, man. Like real talk. Shout out to you, A1 man. Strength what you appreciate. All the hospitality that you bestow to everybody. Once again, I just don't see that beating me. I don't. He bullshitted. That man said we went through all of them Jones, and then got a blue and yellow presentation with Owlie in the corner. Man, it's the boy Suave Boss, man. I'm out, man. Black Power, you good, A1 Easy?
I'm good over here, falling asleep, ready for you to shut it down.
All right, man. Get you some rest, man. Everybody get some rest, man. I hope y'all enjoyed tonight. And yeah, man, keep debating alive, man. Black Power, man, Snapping Off Entertainment. Gary stand up, man. The Titans stand up. It's the boy Suave Boss, man. That's your boy A1, man. And we out.
Peace.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror.